Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to our After Dinner mini-series titled Behind the Code. On the show, we welcome art blocks artists to share a deeper look into their project's creative coding and process. Today, we welcome Jos Vromans, who joins us live from Marfa. Jos will be speaking on his project Attraction and be coding live at the Marfa Public Library from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. He also welcomes guests to join him in person from 2 to 3 p.m. for a Q&A. I'll let you take it from here, Jos.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for hosting this. Also the Marfa Library, the public library. So I'm gonna start to recreate Attraction, or at least the concepts behind it. And I'm gonna also show how to build up anything, from code, like starting from nothing, basically. So I'll use this text editor, and since so it's web-based, so basically you have to make a small web page before I'm gonna show anything. So basically there will be a title. I'll have to get used to the keyboard, I think, but it's will be fine. So I'm going to call this Attraction for now. So I'm going to slowly build it up. So let's save this on the desktop. So this is going to be my the page where later the artwork will appear. So I'm going to use only HTML and JavaScript, and in HTML there's this canvas element where you can draw things. So that's what I'm going to use. I think if I later gonna write JavaScript, it's going to be a bit smoother. Because this text editor has some ways to auto-fill things that I don't really like, but that's fine. So I have a canvas ID, like I have to set an ID so I can grab it in the code. All right. So the canvas is actually available here. And I'm going to use the 2D context of the canvas. So there's also people who use the 3D context for shaders, for example. So I'm gonna just set this up and try to not make it too confusing, but you have to give me a few minutes and then we're set up to actually create stuff. And then, so in the HTML, there's going to be a script. I'm going to call it attraction.js. So Attraction works, it's based on the chaos game. I know there's one video on YouTube. It's a number file video. So for anyone wanting to understand it better, I would recommend this video. I can put the link in the comments. So basically, it's going to be, you define a few points. So I'm gonna, I hope you see my cursor. I'm gonna define points. I start with a triangle. It's a bit like the classic example. So I'm gonna choose the bottom corner, both of the bottom corners, and then the midpoint of the top. So I have to define them in the code like this. So I defined S as the size of the canvas, so it's now 900 by 900. I will later have to adapt for the screen size, but I'm not gonna do that now. So basically, I think I can say something like this. Right, so my top point, so I have put a 2 here. This should be an S. So you see this one on the top. This is like the point I just drew. Yeah, and so the bottom ones, you don't see them now because they are just outside the frame. So basically, if I would put it on like 90% of the height, you'll see it shifted here. But since later I'm going to draw only really small pixels, so I'm not going to bother to offset the points. So this one was just to show that I'm going to start to work with just three outer points. And for the chaos game, we're going to just repeat something for a lot of times. So I'm going to start with this loop that's going to do something, like almost 10,000 times. In this case, we're going to have to track of the current position. So I call it current. It's going to be a pixel coordinate. It doesn't really matter where to start because I can show that. So one of the nice things, well, I can choose one of the points. So there are no pixels like outside of the original shape. However, I could maybe show it later. You can also start anywhere, and then you see a few pixels like outside of the final image. So what's going to happen, I'm going to choose one point at random. So of those 3 points I defined. So I'm gonna, let me define it like this. So I'm going to choose a random index. So for now I'm going to use the mat.random. It's just the built-in method. So since we have 3 points, I can do this. So it's mat.random returns a value between 0 and 1. So if I multiply by 3, you get something between 0 and 3 with 3 not included, only like 2.99999. And then this last part is a small trick to round it down basically, so you get integer values 0, 1, or 2. And then I can say random point is points random index. So it's just one of those 3 points. And then we're gonna define the midpoint between the current point and the random point. So yeah, it's like the vertex of the shape we started, but I'm probably gonna use point like automatically. So it's the x value of the random point plus the x value of the current point divided by 2. So this is like a simple method to get the midpoint, of course. So one thing to keep in mind later, I might want to not use the midpoint, but like a percentage between 2 points, and then I have to be a bit smarter than dividing by something. So then we can draw this midpoint. So again, I'll do this fill style, fill rect. I mean, so that's a built-in method that just draws a little rectangle. So the coordinates of the midpoint. I'm going to use now this 1 for the size. And then the current is going to be the midpoint. And let's see, so probably, yeah, so it does kind of what I wanted to do, but I defined the outer points not correctly. So let's check that again. So s divided by 2, 0 is the midpoint on top. So this 2 is still here. That is right. Yeah, so now I defined at least the 3 points that I wanted, and now we're gonna need more iterations. So this is like the classical like chaos game to create a Sierpinski triangle. And like this is once the starting point of how I made attraction eventually. So I'm gonna make this thing a little method, so I can call it. So later I can call it in different instances, I guess. Well, different times for different set of points, etc. I'm going to call it vertices now. So n will be the number of iterations. No, I call it iterations. And then so we're also going to do it for other, for not just for 3 vertices. So it can also be square or any shape we want. Yeah.
Yeah, but ow, it's getting hotter than I expected. Do you need anything?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so exciting.
Thank you.
It's really
I had an issue to start up, but now
What's that?
I had issues when I started up, like
no.
because I did something wrong myself.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
now I'm
Now you're on
good.
Easy
So
Street.
thank you
Okay,
very
perfect.
much.
This is Amanda.
Thank
She
you.
also works here. Hi.
Hello.
It's Jos, right?
I'm Jos. Nice to
Okay.
meet you. Yes.
Are you Dutch?
Yes.
Oh.
You immediately got it.
Yeah,
She was married to
Dutch.
yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. Oh, thanks. Have a good one. All right.
We used to have a
So yeah, for anyone tuning in now, I'm at the public library, so there might be folks coming around sometimes. All right, so I'm doing it right here. So I want to change this fonting. Let's see, is this better? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so now at least I can call it for different shapes. So now I want to look at a way to generate the like polygon points. So instead of a triangle, I'm going to start with like yes, equilateral n-gons. Well, n-gons. So for this is like a little bit of mathematics I'm gonna need. So I want every n-gon. So for example, like a pentagon, I have to put n as 5. And I'm gonna calculate them like inscribed in a circle. So on the radius and an x and a y offset. So I can position it anywhere on the screen. And I think a rotation, optional rotation. So that's going to be 0 by default. Yeah, so this is going to work with trigonometric formulas, or how one would call that. So it works like with radians. So 2 pi is like the full circle. If I divide 2 pi by n, the number of points, I get the like degrees, but in radians, that I'm going to work with. And I'm going to return some points. Of course, I'm like using now the same variable as this one. So just to be explicit, I call this triangle vertices. They're only for testing purposes anyway. Yeah, so this is good to test this method. Because I should not use points while I am doing that. At a few places where I should not do that. Yeah, so current to start point, I'm going to leave it at just one of the points. The vertices. Well, I'm sorry to mess those terminology up. So anyway, so points. Oh yeah, I'm gonna start with an empty list of array, and then I'm gonna loop for n times, and I have to add the coordinates of the point on the circle that's gonna inscribe the n-gon. So I'm gonna push like the coordinates. And the first one is I think the sign. Yeah, so this usually you can just loop something up like this, but I might be able to make it anyway. So we are iterating with I being 0 until n minus 1 basically. So I minus phi is like the angle where we're at, and we can add the rotation. So the rotation should also be in radians. So if you add pi as to rotation, it should just shift halfway to the other side of the circle, basically. And so this value, so that's like the like x value on the unit circle. So we do times radius plus the x offsets. And for the y coordinates, it's the cosine. And we have the y offsets. So I think, well, so we have to see what's going to happen. So I can so the radius is going to be depending on the width. So it could be half, then it's going to touch the borders of the current canvas. And the offsets, it's also half. So now we're going to see what's if there are errors. So random points is undefined. You'll get some actual points, that's good. Although yeah, so this is the pentagon. So yeah, I think so this works. So basically you could also already do some random values. So basically we're gonna need at least 3 vertices for an n-gon, and then we can say yeah, anything between like 3 and 8 or something like that. So now we get 3, 5, 3 again, 4. Yeah, so so later I'm gonna be better with colors. I started with just the like CSS name or the but we can also make the fill style be based on the index. So let's say I'm gonna use some like primary colors. So if I define 4 colors, the first one, like at start, it's just by default, let's say red. But then if we render like the actual chaos game, when we have a random index, so that's the index that's chosen. So we're gonna draw midpoints towards that index. We can set the current color. And yeah, this was just a showcase to quickly randomize it, but we're going to do better than that later. So I'm going to do again 4. We have a white background and we should have 4 different colors. Yeah, like this. So this is already a quite interesting texture. Like you could definitely do some sort of tiling with this. But from here, yeah, you can change a lot of things and add extra rules to make it more, the patterns become even more interesting or different. Or so one of the things, it's actually a trick I learned from Peter Pasma, hello, is to set this color based, well, not every time. So introduce like a random chance. So it basically means if I only set it to the current index half of the time, it can draw, for example, let's say this blue pixel here. But the first time it's not blue yet. It's still the color of the previous area. And only, depending on the chance, after if it would go a few times towards blue, then eventually by chance it will be blue. We'll set to the color for this vertex. But it basically means you get some blending of colors. So that's a nice small trick actually. So starts with 0.5, so only half of the time change the color, so half of the time it stays the color that it was before. So now this is mixed already a bit. Let's see if I do 0.6. And now, of course, one of the other tricks is to just add a lot more points just to see what's going to happen. And so basically from here on, one of the interesting things is to try to blend colors in different ways. So you can make the pixel really small. You can define ways how the canvas will blend pixels. So if you draw several pixels on top of each other, it can just use the last one, the top one, or you can say, actually mix them. So look what's underneath it, and then when you add the next one, it can take, let's say, a sort of average between the color, and that's all defined. You can define that in different ways. So, well, actually, there's this global composite operation. So I'm gonna do that later to do more interesting things with the colors. So I think this might render later. There will be some examples. But for example, with the current one, I can also say add some transparency. So this will already do some mixing. So this makes it softer. It's like the alpha channel in digital colors. So when you now add a few pixels on top of each other, it's not just the last one, the top one, but the previous ones will also sort of shine through, you could say. So with this value you can do different kind of effects, like make it soft or stronger, etc. So that's one thing I wanted to show. And then there's a lot. So from here on, I'm gonna introduce some more rules, because I can keep track of the previous choice. So we start with the current vertex, and then with the previous one. So it starts, I don't have a previous one, so I give it -1 for an invalid value. And after each iteration, I can say that the previous is the index we defined. And so when we're iterating in this process, we choose this random vertex. And then, since we now also keep track of the previous one, you can add rules. So I could say, for example, only draw the actual point if the previous actually call it previous index to be sure. Previous index. So now it only would draw points if the previous index is the same as the current index. If I did it right. So you can try to reason like why this happens. So basically, if you are here where my mouse cursor is now, and the green side is chosen, the first midpoint will be here. Well, so where I started, the last index could not be the green one. It's like between the yellow and the blue, so one of those was probably chosen. So the first one towards green is not drawn in this example, but the second one and the third and all the others will be drawn. So yeah, you can see how it divides Withers midpoint. So basically, these are quarters. It's 1/4 on the way from from like the entire shape. Well, so and then for other shapes, well, I could also say if it's not the same, I'll do this. Hey, hello. Hello, how are you?
How's it going?
No, it's all right.
I'm going on my mind.
Yeah. I had a disaster at start, but no, it's good.
Why?
Yeah, so the first 20 minutes I was just trying to get the setup done, but I forgot that my browser is blocking script, so I was like, I don't know what's happening.
Oh, goodness.
But we're on the way to create some stuff. So yeah, I'm on the live screen, so I mean live stream. So
Nice.
just know that.
Are they hearing us right now?
I guess so. I hope. I hope to.
Greetings from Marfa, everyone.
Yeah. So if anyone hears me, there are folks coming in here, and so you might hear someone in the background. So yeah, I'm doing I start with the chaos game. It's like a well-known thing for programmers and mathematicians, and it's just I'm really drawing pixels, so you can see this.
Yeah.
That it's like a mix of pixels, and so the idea is to later push them in certain ways to make interesting things. So yeah, I'm gonna just try to get some more stuff done.
And you're having people interact with you and asking you.
Yeah, so that's the idea. So far there are a few people here in the chat. So later I hope to get some interaction also, especially the people here in Marfa who will come in like you guys. That's gonna be fun.
I think most people are in meetings pretty much all day.
Yeah.
I think. Well, you may have read the schedule earlier. I think they get a hour break for lunch.
Yeah, but I mean any other attenders of the Marfa.
Yeah, I hope we were talking about how many people may come in today as opposed to tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
And come by. So.
I can actually take a small break. I'm gonna add here. Oh, right. So I'm in the Marfa Public Library. And I'm gonna take a little pause so I can get some water. think the sound is back on. So yeah, let's continue. So actually, I'm gonna just switch between 2 polygons only. Yeah, and I don't need to choose at random. Well, it's a bit, well, very tedious, but I'll do it like this. No, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, so this is quite tedious. I'm gonna increment the polygon index, but only since I want to iterate between 2 of them, I'll do modulo 2, so it's gonna be index 0 or 1. And I'll write it down like this now because maybe later I can allow 3 or more polygons as well. So I think I changed a few things, so there's probably something broken. So at 46 there are no vertices. That makes sense. Good morning. Hello.
I'm giving away this book. Would I don't have much time.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna do just two polygons. So now leave it between 1 and 9 vertices. Yeah, small radius, and then get rid of the circle point. So sorry about that. So just random positions on the canvas, so it should be scattered around. So so I'm also going to revise this later, but I'm going to call this a random pair.
I thought you were pointing at that one. Okay, I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, and you're welcome to come in here because this is our computer.
Right. So So I'm going to try to do this thing like 3 times now on the screen. So I just want like a bunch of objects together on the screen. So, right. So I so far left the color how it is, like how I made this with a string, but later I'm gonna add different colors for different pairs, or yeah, use like another way to pick colors from a palette. So I'm gonna, for now, I'm gonna comment this so we don't really change colors. Hello. So now it's, I think, the first color, so it's all red, right? So
Next thing I know, you've got a good picture of it.
I took them at 2 different times a day.
When you first got there, when the light was not blocking it, because it was clear left, that was.
Yeah, exactly. It was like behind.
So I'll do this switch polygon, really small. So now you get all this spread out kind of. Well, this is actually not what I expected. Start chaos.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, I like one.
Oh yeah, so I didn't implement this, or did I? So switch poly, that's this one. Yeah. So now it should be like spread out, like almost equally. Right. Okay. So it's. I was not correct. So this is when you switch really quickly. And let's see if I do switch. Probably if I. Yeah, so if I add a large number now, then it's going to be more spread out. So this is polygonist. So okay, I'll put the colors back on. Just it's a bit nicer to see what's going on, how it's gonna spread out. So from this on, I think later I'm gonna look at the attraction codes and maybe try to replicate a few specific things I did there. But as you can see, I can like just play with this concept and try out a lot of things. So, and I do have to make some good design choices soon. So I'm gonna probably use less iterations, and then I can use like a lot of objects. And then I want to look how to position them on the screen to make interesting patterns. So at start it's going to be mostly like a big mess of all kinds of shapes.
I'll be back. Sorry, I couldn't chit chat.
Um, so I'm gonna prevent triangles for popping up. So I just, you don't want the like Sierpinski triangle like everywhere where we look. So let's see. I got random item.
I'm gonna get coffee. You need any?
All right, thanks. Yeah, so there are no triangles now. That's interesting. Yeah, so I'm thinking, what's the first thing I want to do now? Because so one of the things I did was adding like distortion. So don't draw a pixel. Yeah, right there, but basically before drawing a pixel. So let's say when I'm gonna use this fill rectangle method, we have the x coordinates. That's like the first value of the midpoint, and the y is of course the second element. So basically we're gonna draw xy. Yeah, I'm gonna use x and y. But to distort things, I can say I can add something to the x value. So so one of the things you could try is well, random things basically. So this is just taking the sign value of the x coordinate, which is between 0 and 900 here, because that's my screen dimension. But basically it's gonna be between -1 and 1. So I multiply it by 5. So I think it should have like small offsets of the shapes. I'm just doing this like completely random, like this doesn't make a lot of sense. So you can just, like for now as an example, you can just plug in all kinds of values just to see does it make any sense or not. So for the y, yeah, so for this I could have a look in the attraction code where I came up with. Actually, let's do that now. So I think, yeah, so this is the transaction for the attraction code. So this is the one that's actually executed when you're rendering it on our blocks. So yeah, there's now a big mess. So let's do it again. I'll use this as UTF-8.
Right.
Not sure why that's not showing.
Yes. That's
Right here. You're welcome.
Can I click the link? Oh, anyway. Yeah, so this is quite unreadable. So I'm gonna inspect here. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, that's what I wanted. Well, not exactly, but anyway, this is the script, and there should be. Right, so this is the script that's executed on, taken from chain and then executed in the browser when you look at the art blocks piece. And I'm gonna quickly try to spot my distortion methods I used. Well, and with distortion, I mean add something to the X and Y coordinates. So when a pixel is drawn, instead of at a certain position, it gets shifted. And I think it could be something like this.
Do the copies arrive?
Not yet, she does that. Let me give you your electrical tape.
So I think. Copy. So I think this is like, I take the sign of the X and the Y coordinates. So yeah, this is, yeah, like adding them. It's like when you use distance, circular distance, you, yeah, take the square of the X and Y. And I'm just gonna see what's going on here. Hello.
You are the one, Cody?
Yeah, but that's
Yes,
me.
yes.
Hello. How are you?
Hi.
I am on a live screen, so just know that the sound is recorded, I guess. So I'm trying to. I'm replicating my art blocks project attraction. Well, not replicating, but I'm like showing the.
Behind the code.
Yeah, how it's made. I'm now trying out some distortion. Let's see, because I use this chaos game technique.
Okay.
And I'm now just drawing random shapes that like interact with each other. But I'm thinking, because I'm not entirely sure how I did the distortions. Like I used some sine methods just to. But here, am I doing it right? Yeah, so this is not visible. So basically, I have to have a look to see what works. But yeah, later it's gonna like distort and these kind of things with curves and with all kind of things. And I think I use some random methods, also like the tangent, where you have this asymptotes basically.
You started from pentagons and you ended up with this?
So not only pentagons, but n-gons. So there are points.
N-gons, yes.
Lines. Yeah, you can spot actually yeah, this one is not super clear. Let me show. This is. Oh no. I know the one off the top of my head. This one, in black and white. So, for example, if you see those triangles here,
Yes.
they go towards like a single point.
Okay.
So there's a single point. There's then, of course, the triangle. Like this is just line 2 points. So it's just n-gons from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, maybe there's not 5. There's
It's okay.
there's definitely one with a lot of points. So that's like a close to a circle or just like a cloud of points. But it's all interaction with each other. So these 2 points interact somewhere with this shape. So I have to think this could be the midpoint so that it actually interacts with one of the things here. But you get all copies of the same thing mapped towards the point. In this matter, like you start at 1, here you have 2, here you are 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 8,
Yeah.
6, 7, etc.
I see. I see.
So that's all behind it. So
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of it's actually interaction between things, and yeah, and it's a tractor, the like chaos game shapes like the Sierpinski triangle, where like the dots with those rules they cannot escape the pattern that's gonna emerge. But yeah, and then it's just
Okay.
tweaking a lot of parameters to see how
Of
it's,
course.
yeah, make something well surprising. That's like the main the fun thing. But yeah, I'm a bit far from getting there.
It's okay.
So yeah, I have a lot of time actually. So.
So we can take-
But I have to, a few things I have to revise to see what I was actually doing. But basically, it starts from something like this. So here we have shapes interacting. Although the coloring you see here,
Yes.
I didn't use this in
Ah,
attractions.
okay.
But I think if I'm gonna make some new things later today, I'm probably want to do some mixing of colors. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah, and this is one way to assign colors to every vertex of a shape. But then
You assign the colors to the vertex.
so like
And then,
the blue is always on that side now. But I use something where they mix a little bit. So I have like also a setting, so I can mix them a lot. So actually, I can do that now. Yeah, and I chose to do it from like Notepad, so I don't have the best editor experience. But
it's okay.
when I tried it before, it went pretty smooth. But here, it's a bit. So now like those colors mix a lot.
Yes.
So this doesn't make too much sense. Like it's going to be boring eventually, but you
Yeah.
still see the
shade.
like the
and-
blue is on one
Yes.
point, but yeah, and if I like almost don't mix them, then yeah, they are almost exactly
Yes.
the original shapes of the square. There it's divided by color. So actually, so I think I have to.
Okay. I don't want to bother you.
Well, you're
Yeah.
welcome anytime, but I'm gonna think what I'm gonna do next, like in,
Okay. Okay.
in a good way. But good to meet you, and
Thank you.
speak later. So the distortion of the pixel. So if I used the x coordinates divided by the length, the size of the screen currently. So this is a value 0 to 1. which is like a percentage on the x-axis. So I can just see if stuff works. So the left should be not distorted and the right should get shifted a lot. Right? So it should of course be go up and down as well. Let's see what I'm gonna do. So that's a percentage between between 0 and 1. It's really small. So when I do by 100, it just shifts to the right. If that's correct. Yeah, so I'm not too too focused with this now. So we do X, Y. Yeah, so when I add something like this, it does shift downwards. So I'm gonna shift the Y coordinates based on the X value. So let's see if this works. It should shift downwards. Yeah, so things do shift downwards. So that's something. So it is working. So now we only have to figure out some way by using this sign methods. So this is between minus 1 and 1. Thank you. See you later. Yeah, so now finally distorting things a lot. So just shifting pixels, yeah, up and down in this case a lot. So adding or subtracting something from the Y value. Yeah, so this value, so if I only look at the X coordinates and I take the sign, yeah, so here it looks like small spikes, but these are all tiny sine waves almost, so like it's based on that. So you can make the X value less or more. Well, so if I divide it by, well, a lot, the sine wave frequency will be larger basically. Yeah, so if I do stuff like this, I can, so now I'm like distorting it, yeah, along like a curvy sine wave, so to say. Yeah, so this is one of the things I just played with, just to try out things and see what's gonna happen. So you can try to reason what happens if I distort the X and Y value with the same thing. So it's sort of interesting. And so one of the other things, I'm gonna just fill the screen with a lot more things. Well, I am not, so now, so now I do have 99, I think. So then, at least I can have, quite good feedback to see what's going on. So basically, I want to define a lot of styles to change the picture by this X and Y distortion. So I can add those formulas in a list of choices. So you can choose one of the values. And so what I did, I think, so I can make a list of methods actually. So if I call them distortion methods, they can actually be a method, so not a value. So basically, if it takes X and Y value, it should return, in this case, if I choose this, it should also, so this one only looks at the X value, and the S is a global variable, and it's the size of the screen. So I could do something like this. At least I think this works. And I of course have to see if I want to add other other values to it, but it should be based on the X and the Y coordinates. So I can also say, I don't know, look at the X value, but also on the Y value. But I have to figure out these kind of values a bit more. I have to experiment and then see what works. So I can say distortion method index. So I'll try to be explicit now. So only change the Y value from now. Let's see if I did it right. And so you could say, hey, how are you? Going all right? I'm doing some
Nice.
distortion on the the whole plane basically. So add some formulas to make the pixels, for example, go up and down based on certain values. So since I in this case use the sine method, you get this the curve from the sine method. So there's a lot you can play with it to basically make things not straight, but to make it a bit curvy or wobbly or things like that. So that's an interesting well, that's one of the things I used. So I'm gonna try to to do that again now, and then also try some random things. So it's just playing around, build in some ways to make the appearance different. So basically, I'm sorry. So when I do start chaos, so here I can say like a different distortion method. So I'll do less shapes. So I think, so now this is one method. So they're now, all right, I get, well, it looks the same. So I have to check if I'm doing things right. So the idea is to make it, to make a list of choices, and then like with randomness, you can choose one of the items, and then it can be different at any time, basically. Yes, I've seen Dylan in the chat. I did spotted it, but I haven't been responsive yet. So, I deleted some messages here. So yeah, good to see you, Dylan. And if there are any questions, you can drop them in the chat, of course. And if you have suggestions or remarks, let me know. So I'm gonna try to continue on with this.
Yeah, I was thinking like configuration section. I think you have to keep it small. Okay. Not small, but like. Because the other thing is I've got to like figure out what we're gonna fill it with. I did my stuff and stuff. Did we say we check out?
Yeah, so okay, this is different. Yeah, so now it distorts different every time. So that's like the setup, and like to just set it up how this could work. So then, of course, later I have to do some better effort here to find some different ways. So yeah, this is very wobbly in some cases. So that's one of the things I will do, and so it returns a single value. So I can also just return the x value. So later I should distinguish between x and y distortion. Oh boy. I think, are we still live? We're still live. So that's good. So for example, this one does not distort at all if I just return the x value, and then in some other cases I can do some operations on the value to just create some offset. So I'm now going to think a bit about to position the shapes on the screen in a certain way. So, for example, I can keep them in like in the center, like a horizontal band in the screen that holds the shapes, and then with this distortion, it can also go like outside the borders. So that's a bit what I did with the traction. So you see most of the things are going on like on the center horizontal area here, and on the top and the bottom not so much. So that's something, yeah, where you can try to position things in a way that are, yeah, more interesting. And then, yeah, so that's one thing. Another thing that I need to do to achieve this is to, to add some restrictions on how the code exactly works. So, so it's also this switch variable that I introduced. And the other thing is I can add some more rules in the code, so that there's more variation than just these kind of standard patterns that you see now. And basically, let me get back to my little generator here. So I want to have two shapes that interact. So here, like this is like almost the same as what I got now. So this is going to be the more fine details. So there are a bit too many pixels. And now I add a very large value. Yeah, so when you go really large, in this case, the two original shapes, they are identical, and the things that are going on in between are almost not visible because it's just one in 900 times you get switched between the two shapes. So most points are drawn in the shape itself, and only very few between the points, between the polygons. But the interesting thing, I think, between 4, 5, and 6, like these values, there are some values that work a bit better than others. So there is a difference between these values. So 1. Yeah, so 1 is spreading it out completely. No, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Maybe let me check back with you now.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks.
Are you guys with one?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
It's looking good.
Oh, thanks. So I'm definitely want to use the switch 1. That's gonna give the spread out band of pixels like equally, sort of equally spread out. And then with 2, you get already the distinct shapes. And then, yeah, I can hard code a few settings. So I can say it's going to be either 1 to 5. Yeah, or whatever value I want. So I think for the vision, as I said in the beginning, it's not. So this might not even work with 1.8. Yeah, so when I let me switch. Yeah, let's do it again for 2. Yeah, so this is 2.5. Right, okay. Yeah, so the visor value can also make things spread out. And if you go below 2, it basically means that there's less stuff like in the center, I think. yeah, and there's more. Yeah, you stay towards the original shape, which can also be interesting because in the center things mix up basically. So you get the copies from the left and right sides are on top of each other basically, like you can see here in the center. Yeah, so these are two ways, two parameters that can be changed for different results. Yeah, so next, I'm a bit surprised. So yeah, that is, so next should hop to the other shape. Yeah, like in sequence. So you go back and forth without staying in the same one at random. So there's actually a difference visible here. But yeah, that's definitely one of the things I'm gonna add for variation. So I have to clear out my mind and like choose one thing to start with. So where we are at now. To have this distortion. Also for now, I turn it off just to continue with this. So I want to look into the chaos gain methods. So I think if I add some rules, I can also say, let's see, change the midpoints here. Yeah, so it's not doing exactly like a percentage on the line. It just scales down now because I have to calculate like a percentage on between 2 points. I have to take the difference and then add it to the minimum point basically. But I'm still just curious to see if I change a few values like this. Yeah, you can just distort everything. Yeah, and this, I think this is definitely one I used just to make it more cloudy, like less detailed, more point clouds. So yeah, actually one other thing I'll do is to get to use the pseudo random number generator and use a hash. So that's how outblocks works. Like you have the hash, and then based on that hash, all the pseudo randomness is defined by the hash basically. But it also means I can replicate any image I make. Yeah, so I think for now I'll get it from the outblocks docs, the creator guides. Yeah, so this is the pseudo random number generator. So in my projects, well, I could actually use the one I used in attraction. So this is the seed. So if I have the token data, the seed that parsed to an integer, and then random. So this random method, so this is not the best one. So there are better, like I chose these values here, 999, but it's not like optimal entropy, so to say, that you get from that you can get by using better values. But let's see. So I have token data. So I take the hash. So token data is what gets like injected in a project script. So it's the hash from the actual transaction. It has the project number. I have to now call it like this, but it's like I don't need it here. The project number, but that doesn't matter. Does it use the project number? Oh yeah, the token ID. But then yeah, the token ID, that's like the mint number, so 0 until whatever the mint size is. Yeah, and then prefix by the token data, etc. But I don't need any of that. I actually only need the hash. So for now, so I'm not even gonna bother by that one, and I don't need the project number. So yeah, the seeds is that, and then R is this. So let's see. Really? Yeah, so this R is the random number generator, so all the random function basically. So all this math that's random can be R. Yeah, so in most text editors I would just replace the value, but since I never used this one before, I wanted to start with just a default text editor. So that's why I'm gonna do this by hand basically. All right. So let's see if I don't get errors. No, that's fine. No worries.
I'm gonna take a picture of them watching you. Is that okay?
Oh, fine, yeah.
You just
I'm
act
fine.
natural, guys.
Oh yeah, that's so natural. So natural.
It is natural. Okay, thank you.
Did you get my good side?
I think so. All your sides are good. I'm sitting up front now, so you would use
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm gonna print the hash now. So now if I copy this hash, so instead of generating a random one in the code, I can also just return the hard-coded hash. So I should get the identical image from this one if I did things right. So let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, so I rendered these independently, and the image is the same. So actually, every pixel that's based on randomness, it's deterministic. It's a pseudo-random pixel with a fixed hash. So that's going to be useful for recreating certain outputs if I want to, and for debugging, so I can see what's going on with a specific hash, so that if something is unexpected, I can try to investigate what's going wrong, which works way better if you use the same hash than when every page load is different. So that's a little improvement. Let's see. What's the other thing I was going to do? Yeah, so I think I'll leave this like that. I just add another methods, helper methods I need. So so this is a bit messy. So I got a random int method and get random item. Yeah, that should be. Let's go choose the random int. But one other thing is I'm gonna use HSL colors actually. So far I just added the values like white and the names, these ones. But I want to use HSL. It's just a bit tedious. I think it's a string with the values in there, so it's the saturation with percentage, and then the lightness, luminescence. With the H with a comma, then we get the S with a percentage and a comma, and then the L with a percentage. So I think something is wrong. So if I add 300 for the who and then 50/50, I should, like this looks good. This is a valid HSL string. So I'm basically going to work by just providing values for the who and the saturation. Although to clear the canvas, I can actually use a black background. So I'm not sure why I didn't do that before. Yeah, so for black and white, I prefer to use the hex codes anyway. And one thing is, I can also base the color on, make the color dynamic. So I can, where I set the color, instead of choosing one from the list, I can use any input value I have, like the XY coordinate or the iteration number or the, whatever it is, and then calculate values to add the color. So basically, so the fill style by default is black, which is the background. and then
But that doesn't mean.
I can,
Yeah.
to where when I change the color, so I'm gonna add the HSL values. So I'm gonna use, leave both at 50% for now. I can of course do it like quite saturated. So this is a bit random, doesn't make too much sense, but I can base the who on, let's see. So I think like if I do the iteration modulo 360, I just get random, like every pixel is almost like a random color, which together is quite purpley. That's my guess, but I might be completely wrong. It's a bit wider than I thought. So that's, for example, that did not make too much sense, but if I say I choose the current polygon index, so I can also use two colors. So it's either 0 for red or let's see. Let me do 180 for the second one. So it's these two colors. It's just cyan. I'm not good in the color names. But later I can try to again do smarter things to add the color based on on certain values. So I'm thinking I might not going to do that actually, because I want to, later I'm going to define a palette. So I'm going to choose a few colors. And then I can actually do that also right now, because that's how attraction was made, like with predefined color sets, and then apply them to any of the pairs that make these kind of shapes. So let's see. So I think I'm gonna try this color palette generator. I'm like having a peek here. So this one I wrote down, but I wrote it down on a different laptop. So I want to really remove this thing for now, because this messed up a few things already today. So this is a website called farprofilo.elastic.ch. I don't know if you can see it. So that's one. So basically I could try just a palette like this. That was not what I wanted. And then I want, of course, the values in like HSL values. So let's see. So I want this. So in this case, I don't need the method I just made. But this could be one palette in my code. So let's say I'll add some palettes here. Hello. Yeah, implementing like dynamic colors based on whatever value I put in there. But I'm actually gonna not do that for now. That's could be an option later. So for now, I'll just use this same palette anytime. And then, well, so there are like different ways to do this. You can like iterate through all palettes. So the thing is, let me add the palette here as well. Yeah, I'm gonna work with indices for now. Palette, am I writing it right? So the palette is so I think I should be unmuted, so I'll hope you can hear me. If anyone is in the chat, can let me know. So yeah, the palette. So we pick the color from the palette. And we're gonna need, yeah, I feel like I'm doing a bit overkill, but it's fine. I mean, I'm not worrying that much now. So the color index, it can be based on the palette length, so it's independent from going over the polygons. Yeah, well, I have to. Yeah, so the question is, so yeah, I'm sorry, I have to figure out how I'm going to use colors. And what I mean is, in attraction, I actually used mostly, I think, the same color for one, interaction between two shapes. So basically, I should revise this because the start chaos thing is now just getting two random polygons. So I'm gonna do things different. I'm gonna add a color here. So yeah, it's so in this case, I'm not gonna switch anything. Like for the colors, I mean. So let's see what it's gonna say. I'm going to pick them from palettes. Yes, we can do this here. So actually the color is defined here already. So if I'm going to render a pair, I'll add a color here with it. So yeah, so at least I get now colors for every pair. And they're picked from this palette that I just got from here. So that's like one way to go with colors and just assigning them randomly to all the shapes. And then again I want to to design this a little bit differently, but so and also for so is this random every time? Yeah, so I kind of like the blues, but let's see if I get something quite different. Oh, that was actually nice. So I'm just gonna pick a bit of a random kind of palette. So do again the HSL, so this is another one. So yeah, and things, so it's I am needing quite a bit more time than I thought, so I'm probably not gonna do like fine-tuned hand-picked palettes today, but we'll see. So for now, I'll define these two here. I can also say save the palette index like so on every page load. We get a palette index. So it's just 0 or 1 for the palette, and I can later map that with a name as well to add a name to them. So let's see if that's gonna give. So the 0, in some cases it's gonna be 1. Yeah, so this basically means I can set properties for the art piece. So at once, like in one instance, you define the palette, and later also some other things like the distortion methods and things like that. And then when rendering the piece, you just use the palette. So basically, I could define the palette like this as well. So I'm using like this global variables. It's definitely not recommended, but since I'm just running the single script here, I'm quite good with with this global variable. So I think so. This is palette 0. So palette 1, you see this is the different colors. Now I have at least two different palettes. Of course, I can also add one manually. Oh yeah, that doesn't work here. So just for contrast, I can use the, well, maybe I'm gonna take steps of 60. So of course I can better make this in a loop actually. This is gonna take the full color spectrum basically. So 0 is red, and then it goes, I guess, to orange, yellow, green, blue. Well, you get the blues and the purples and everything. So yeah, just to add one like this, and of course I copied the saturation, for example, from the previous one. So no idea how this looks. And now, if I choose the index based on the palette's length, it means it should always work regardless how many palettes I'll add. So this is 2. So there's this blending of colors. Well, and they are indeed less saturated. So for example, the red is quite is not really saturated, 20%. So now on 50%, 80%. Sorry, yeah. We just saw it. The red is well, it looks a bit brown. But yeah, that's at least to get a few color palettes in place. So yeah, I don't, for example, don't like this one I just made, but I could fine tune that later. So to change the actual chaos game, I'm actually gonna have a peek in the code. So yeah, you can ignore this for a little bit because this is very unreadable. Yeah, so basically I have a few like lists of methods. So one is here, this O. So all the variables are shortened, preferably to 1 character, just to save bytes when uploading it to chain. Okay, so this so this is of course some color palettes. I had a mix between prefixed hex values, which are these things with the hash and then the 3 characters. But I also made a few pastes on this, by a formula I made, customly made. So basically, I add 2 colors and it calculates the colors in between in certain steps. So for example, if I would add red and yellow with 4 steps, I get 2 kinds of orange in between, something like that. But I want to sort of ignore that. I was trying to decode what I put in here. Yeah, so this is also color color palette. So it's quite a part of the code here is about colors, that's for sure. But I forgot I was trying to target something, to look up something. Let's see. Right. So let's first clean up this. So the palette is chosen. So let's say to get palettes, we get distortion methods. So this is just to keep track of what's rendered and based on which parameters.
I'm going back. Okay.
Yeah, so this again looks a bit tedious. Well, it is, but I definitely want to save the index just to log it and to later map a description to it. And then after that, based on the index, I want to grab the correct palette and the correct distortion method. So then later, so for example, I'll do for Y distortion. I hope I did it right. Let's just delete everything here. Because this still looks a bit distorted. 0, yeah. So that seems to work. So like the distortion method 3 is this effect, and 0, I think it should not do anything. So I'll input XY, it returns Y. Ah, yeah, it should return 0. Sorry about that. So then the distorts 0 is not doing anything. And I think later I want to distort the X and the Y, both of them actually, like independently. So let's fix that. So the X so I'm gonna split them between X and Y. So for now, I'm going to pull them from the same list of methods. So I have like those methods, and they can be applied to both X and Y, like the exact same method, which is fine. I just have to, think what I want for X and what I want for Y. So maybe at some point I have to, select a few that only apply to X and only a few that apply to Y. So these get randomly pulled. And again, I log them. I could do this more generically again as well, but for now, I'll do it like this. So distortion methods X and distortion method Y. Well, let's see what this does. Yeah, so now I get already the shapes. Yeah, so when they are both 0, it's not distorted at all. And now, like both have a different distortion method, both based, as you can see, on the sine, and there's even sine and cosine I use here, so that's fine. And then you can get like these kind of patterns. So here I definitely wanted to do something with this kind of wave kind of patterns. But I still, I'm gonna look at the code again to use the to use the methods I used in attraction. So let's see where they are. I think I use S for the sine function. So I think D might be actually distortion. So let's so maybe it's just it's these methods I just copied. So instead of, I think for some reason I call them E and T, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be X and Y. And I just have to make sure it was based on the width and the height. So from now I'm gonna store width W and H for width and height, just the S because it's the screen size. And of course, so S, I have to replace those S's with the sign. So for now, I'm not gonna, replace them by a single letter to be, crystal clear. That's what's going on, what kind of operation it's gonna be. So this should work. Yeah, so the H is always the height. The S, let's see. So I have the first. This is a new line. Yeah, so let's see if I try. Let's just overwrite what I got there. So I have these 4 methods. No idea what's going to happen. S is not defined. I put this stuff down here. Okay, so things do work. F, I have F. Yeah, so when I played with these values, these methods, I can put in all kinds of values. So I made a list with a few fixed values, and then I just pull one of the values from the list. So it could be 1.1 and 2 and 5. Just if that's, if those are numbers that work for me, then I can put them in like explicitly like that, not random and not a single value. So so here we get these kind of distortions. So that's so actually this could be a way I should go to just grab them from the actual code and then apply them here. So then it makes sense how that these kind of methods were in attraction, are there. So it's a bit complicated. I played with like the parameters for the XY value. So every E and T is the X and the Y value. This might be confusing, but yeah, it's based on the screen dimensions. That's why the H is in there. So and yeah, as you see, I got maybe like 10 different methods or so. I'm just replacing those F values. So actually, as you can see, there's one of those methods returns 1. That means nothing will change. And I'm pretty sure in attraction I used like the X distortions is one of the one with index 0 until this one with 1, so it's 6 maybe. And then the Y distortion gets only get also the 1, but doesn't get any of these first methods, but it gets one of the last 3. So I did choose one list of methods, but I distinguish between this part applied to X and this one to Y. So you could implement that here as well. So basically, I have to like render them all to make sure they're not like corrupt or something is wrong. Yes. And then I think I fixed the. So I'm gonna add more shapes, that's for sure. So now at least there's a way to, well, it's one way to also fill the entire screen if I want to. And of course, eventually I want to get rid of the, like some of the shapes that are too much repetitive. I can make it, I'm gonna make it, try to make it a bit more interesting. So T. Oh yeah, so I also have even use tangents, but that's definitely, like if I would do this again, I would do it different. I would look at probably approximations for sine and cosine, because it can be way more efficient.
You know that guy, he went to your show?
No. library seems really that can change it. And I was like, I'll brainstorm.
Yes, well, definitely remove this palette. That's not one that I like. So I'm gonna try. So I leave this for now. I just override it. So I'll delete this later. The distortion one, it's just 1 pixel. I think I probably want 0 there, but so that should not matter. However, let's see. Let me put this up. All right. Hey, Elle. Let's get I have people watching this at home, I see, so that's cool. But I'm not there yet where I want to be. So actually, the distortion of the pattern, I want to
Molly, yeah, Molly wants to read. And I said, yes, yes. And he's also working on that. Yeah.
so for X, I'll choose the first one. So it's gonna be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So until index 6. So I can add 7 here because that's not included. And for the Y distortion, it should start at index 6. Let me count again. Yeah, so it can choose 0 or one of the other two.
Do you need any water or anything?
Well, if you
I've got cold bottled water if you want some.
refill,
Okay,
it's fine
yeah.
as well.
Or can I just give you a new one?
It's fine. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you
great.
very
And
much.
I have
I
sparkling
appreciate
water too. Would you like that?
it. No, still is
Still.
fine.
Okay,
Thank you
I'll
very
be
much.
right back.
Yeah, so now the distortion is a bit, well, there are some rules defined to distort it in certain ways. Okay, so that's one of the things that's done. Now the other one is how to distribute the polygons on the screen. So now it just fills the entire screen. But we could, for example, for the height, let's say.
Is anyone getting you lunch?
Yeah, I'll.
They will get you lunch.
They will look after me.
Okay, because I have some nuts if you need any protein.
Well, thanks. I'm good. Thank
Okay,
you.
cool. Are you feeling okay? Do you need me to put that down or anything?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay,
I'm gonna in a bit. I'll take a break.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh gosh, thank you. Living in here.
So I'm not sure if I did it right. Yeah. So this is one of the things I can do, like put the actual polygons, yeah, like this on the screen, and then I could add certain distortion methods to make it go like way more to the top or the bottom. So because I did that for some of the attraction outputs. So I think like this one as well. So it's concentrated in the center, but sometimes this distortion will take it all the way to the top and the bottom of the screen. So to get that kind of effect, I have to play with with how I distribute it and how I will distort it. So that's what I'm gonna try here.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
You doing the live coding?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's me. How are you?
I'm good.
So I'll add a few. I decided actually to add a few color palettes from from my original projects, and the ones that I hard coded with the hex strings. So then at least, yeah, I have a quick way to add a few more variations in color. So let's do that. So that's one. Yeah. Right. Okay. So I have a few different color palettes now. So that's gonna be good. I can also do the background. Yeah, toggle between black and white, I guess. Right. Hello. How are you? Yes, sure. I'm here. So we planned between 2 and 3 Q&A, but you can definitely interrupt. So I mean, I'm glad with any interaction or interest. So
Can I ask you a question? Huh?
yeah, sure.
Well, we were talking about color spaces in the car yesterday, and I see that you're using HSL.
Yeah.
Can you tell it? So is L
Well,
like luminosity?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just before you get in, I also added this. These are also color palettes. So I do. In my project, I used those hex codes basically, but
So you like HSL? Like, why is it
Yeah.
better?
well, you have more control to tune colors. So you can say, I'll choose a red, like the hue. I
Yeah.
don't like this word, but
Yeah.
so, and you can, for example, make a little range to go 10 of the
Degrees.
360 degrees to like offsets. But then within this red, you can base like saturation based on, let's say, position on the screen or distance if you want a 3D effect. For example, in 3D, you can make things go towards gray on the horizon, stuff like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
It really quickly gives effects like that, and you can. So you have more control, like within a certain color, you can.
But what about HSL versus HSV? Is that
I believe they are the same, but I'm not sure. I think there are definitely several color approaches,
yeah?
but as far as I know, those are used
HSL
for the same
yeah.
thing.
Okay, cool.
But then again, so I'm not there yet, but I think it's even, you can take it a step further. If you're really serious about color, like it's the easiest thing is to make linear steps between colors, for example.
Yeah.
But if you're smarter or better, there are also other ways to go. Because I watch sometimes YouTube videos just to consume like some information, I guess.
Yeah.
But I've seen some like customized schemes, so you don't even have the perfect circle. But for example, if you go from one color to another, you want to either like visit the gray values or not, or you want to, so if you're really, for certain purposes, you can definitely do some real custom thing. And I think that's super interesting. But for now, that's not what I've been doing.
When you said, it's good for working in 3D, did you mean like working in 3D, or did you mean the illusion of 3D?
Yeah, I think the illusion, I mean, but yeah, that depends. Also for in 3D engines, I guess, as well. Yeah, but for the illusion, for sure, yeah.
So cool.
But that's just my opinion. But I think there's actually there are resources on this for sure. Tyler Hobbs has an article on colors. I think he also mentions HSL just like the way to go. So
What are you looking towards?
Yeah, also I wanted to do behind the code for attraction. So my project looks like this, for example.
That's one that
Um,
came out recently.
Those two.
No, it's last year already, like
Oh,
December.
It feels recently.
Honestly, projects that came out
To me,
3 months
too,
ago and
but
a year
I mean,
ago, like they all feel like last few months, you know. Yeah,
Um,
so these are so beautiful.
but I completely underestimated the whole thing. So I thought, because when I did it at home in like 1 hour, I was pretty far in one direction, like showing this kind of effect.
Mm-hmm.
But now I had a really bad start, and then afterwards, takes quite long, and it is what it is. But I thought to be to go explore real new directions and everything. But so far, I've been showing at least like this is what I've been doing today.
Oh, so beautiful. Yeah.
So, and eventually, I want to get rid of the I call this like the chaos game patterns. You know, the chaos game.
Wow.
So
Is it a
like the Sierpinski triangle. So actually, I removed the triangles from here. I can get them back because I like it. But if the triangle is like everywhere, I added a list without the number 3,
Yeah,
basically.
3. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, the triangle's so recognizable.
So, and of course, and that's actually the thing that I did for attraction. So now it pulls values from this list. So every single n-gon is either these values. But of course, I could say only triangles and points. So one is n-gon with 1 point. So now there's a lot of triangles. And the points, are now actually not visible. But there are like mappings towards the points. It's square and triangle, sort of.
Oh, it's so
Am I
different.
doing things right?
Whoa.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, sorry, I go actually too fast. But so this is sort of the base technique. But then I add distortions to, like stretch it out in wavy kind of patterns. So this is not what I exactly want. I guess I want more thicker layers with colors, maybe.
If you zoom in way in on like the speckling, what is this? Like, what is it made out of? Like,
I'm just drawing squares, if you mean that.
It's squares.
Yeah, but I could choose arc actually if I want to. I used the rect, fill rect method. JavaScript.
So are you using P5 or are you just using Canvas?
Just JavaScript without no P5.
Well, it looked like you were using like Python, sort of, or you just
Before I did, yeah.
okay.
So that's on my website.
Or I mean,
and
just
stuff
like
that.
when you were in the text editor just now,
Oh no, no, the text editor. This is all JavaScript. So
you're just kind of writing Pythonic junk.
maybe yeah.
It's the underscores that
I did.
that got me.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I definitely used the Pythonic kind of. But I'm not doing things that nice. I should use LEDs and stuff like that. Of course. Yeah.
So cool.
So this is already the direction. Oh, actually,
That's it.
I think I was trying to do the background. Where I'm doing that. Yeah. So I think this is what I meant to do. So sometimes I get a white background, I think, and sometimes a black. Yeah,
Nice.
so at least that's another variation. So like these distortions, I use methods that look like this. So just it's the ENT is X and Y. That it's confusing, but I copy this from my code. I just had all kind of short variable names. But it's just actually playing around with methods and see until I think it was interesting. So we have for now. I think I want to change something in the like chaos game code. So I don't want these perfect triangles. They can be more distorted. I can actually, so dividing by 2, what I just changed, it was like the midpoint, but it's by 3. Yeah, it doesn't take the percentage yet. I should either change the code, but it's interesting to just change these values to see what happens. But I think I'm gonna stay with dividing by 2. So yeah.
Like that
So-
vertical distortion. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Is it filling the canvas size like in the browser, or is that the end shape? Like is it like the sort of like horizontal nature?
I'm now I hard coded the dimensions, so it's just 900 by 1200 pixels.
Cool.
I didn't even bother today to adapt to the screen size, so I would use like window inner width and scale things.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, that's awesome.
so now I use these values actually, but it's a bit messy, to be honest. So now I actually should decide what I'm gonna do now, because my code, I don't have my original code ready, but I got it copied from the transaction. So it looks like this. I'm adding some enters here. So I did an attraction. I should actually open that. Let's do that. No. artblocks.io/projects. This. Yeah, they also changed. Yeah, this is. So I think it could be a good idea to just show the collection here and show some.
Yeah, for the Q&A, that would be good to have up.
Right. So yeah, the layout. So I haven't implemented that in what I'm doing now. So strip means I take like a horizontal part of the space and then, so not the entire screen. Wait, is this working?
I just had to like last minute scramble to do all those filters on my project because you have to upload like a JSON file and a features.js thing. And it was very last minute.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there are projects who maybe didn't do it. Like it's sort of desired, but I mean, I don't think it's required.
Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
You don't even need features.
Yeah, and you can also choose your favorite features. Like don't make them publicly, like only for people who dig in the project will find it out. But I definitely made the common things I added as a feature. But let's see. I don't think. I'm adding them all. So default is.
What was your project?
Worry. I just got announced like an hour ago.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Wow, when's it coming out?
It's going to be next Wednesday. Yeah. So it's not really out yet.
It's just like today?
Yeah. It's the next curated release.
Oh, wait. Is it like paper folding?
Yes.
Oh, we just were at lunch looking at that.
Oh, no way.
And it looks amazing. First of all, also I like have a history of paper folding. I feel like very close to it, and was very excited to see it.
Oh, nice.
Inspired project, and you did a really good job.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean,
Congratulations.
I think like paper folding and geometry and that sort of thing all go hand in hand. So it was fun to play with that. But my implementation of that algorithm was very like rudimentary, and it was actually cooler for that reason. And when I looked into it, I realized there's actually origami JavaScript libraries out there that are like perfectly do it, and they use all these like mathematical theorems and stuff. I was like, I'm not going down that hole. So
have you done origami with paper?
yeah, I'm not very good at it, but yeah, I admire it from afar. So
Was it more like tessellated origami or geometric? Was it more like representative of or was it more like you like objects that you can make out of paper?
more of the like the basic stuff, yeah. And like one of the things is so like with those diagrams you get sorry, I'm not sure if it's there's like all those cool like fold lines and stuff. So that's like a key part of Worry is capturing that element in there.
Yeah, I definitely saw that in your work. It's awesome.
Are you guys like artists too?
Yeah, all three of us.
Nice. So who are you?
Sorry, one person.
Okay, cool.
Oh, really? I didn't realize, but we've talked before.
Business card. We need to get in touch.
That's a
website.
epic business card.
And also he's doing a collaboration
Nice.
with Audibles starting
Oh,
tomorrow at
nice.
2 p.m.
Yeah.
Plotting on Audibles.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I was checking out earlier because you had the misaligned one.
Yeah, just did number 0.
Dude, that's so sick. Because my background's all in plotters, so yeah.
We should do a project.
I should. Yeah. Well, so Worry, I was just saying in Discord as a vector renderer component, I want to do a limited batch of plots. But I haven't quite figured out how I want to do it yet. AxiDraw, like, do you use AxiDraw?
Yeah, this is my first plotter project. So I've just been like going around this place, like using his
Okay.
stuff. Like he actually plays. They're really cool, just like to watch them.
Oh yeah,
Just like do their thing.
yeah. Absolutely. That's how I got into this whole thing because I thought I saw Plotter Twitter. I was like, this is like the coolest thing ever. I'm gonna learn generative art and plotters. I was like, my goal is to make this machine pay for itself. So I was like doing plots and selling on Etsy for a couple of years. And I was like, this is, and I did like a File plotter specific drop last November. And that was really cool. And like UCFD.
Yeah,
also was in that.
the same one.
Yeah.
And was Tyler Hobbs also in that?
Yeah. Yeah, there were some like heavy hitters in that. Like there's Julian, I can't remember his last name's like Gosh, I think.
This guy who did Radiance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it was awesome. We were able to like get on Zoom calls and just talk about like generative art and stuff, which was really cool. Great.
What's your name again?
James Merrill.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So your new project, it's 3 letters.
Worry.
O-R-I, but it's pronounced Ori.
Yes.
Ori, got it.
Yeah.
So awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I know, I figured out, so people are just using, like, I guess, like, Sansa or whatever, so just, like, you can look at take, like, something off art blocks and run it infinitely and see all the different combinations.
I haven't seen it.
It's so cool.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
Yeah, isn't
It's
it
called
like,
Sansa?
I saw this,
Yeah.
I didn't follow me on Twitter, and I was like, what is this? And it's like, you can just plug in an art block library on the website, and you just shows you like, here, like, generates things. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
so cool.
So people use it to, like, sniff out rarity in projects and all, but it's kind of cool because people are, like, exploring their projects.
Yeah, and seeing more of what's possible, even if it's not official names, it's still like what your work can do. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Did you, when you were sitting there, did you check the volume or the voice?
The what?
If my voice is on
I
the-
heard you. Yeah, I heard you when you were streaming
Right.
intentionally. I don't know if we're unintentionally.
because it's still on now, so just so you know, like all your chatting might be on stream. So.
Yeah, people on Blackfire did mention that, which they thought was hilarious.
Yeah, so that's good. They have,
I was in a conversation earlier.
that's good. Makes it it's not just me coding, it's people having talks about
You guys having a sucks about us? Oh no.
I hope I didn't say certain things like, oh, you know this one, this is so yeah, but I mean go ahead, I don't mind honestly, but just realize that your your conversation
We're being live
might
streamed
be locked.
right now.
Yeah.
This is my chance to get famous.
Where's your daughter, everybody? Right here.
So when is your event? Is it tomorrow?
That's what's tomorrow from 2 to 4 we're gonna be open, but the bidding is gonna be open for like 14 hours. So you can get the token anytime from 2 Friday to Sunday. And then we're gonna be open sort of like on Saturday and Sunday also if you want to like come on. Your thing that we're legally not allowed to encourage you to.
Yeah, I loved all the like disclaimers you have. A lot of this does not endorse the defacement of the federal crime. Yeah, it's a risk you got to take. I love this. Is awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you a sticker in return. So it's like a kind of, you paid for it, I guess. I can't use this for anything, but
Yeah, it's cost 50 cents.
there
I'm
you
gonna
go.
take one of your cards.
Sure,
Yeah.
go for it.
Just give a couple
that's a
of these
nice
out,
one.
too.
Yes, this is.
Actually, I feel like
Thank you. Ooh, nice.
You've definitely earned one of these because your project incorporates the
Ooh,
design.
thank you.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
I like
this is good.
copy.
Yeah.
That's great.
So this is
Also,
your credo. Your
Yeah.
motto? Nice.
Is that a quote from something?
Yeah, it's from this movie called Pi that
That's
came
what I
out.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, my theory is the nature is mathematics. I was
Yeah.
like, this is mind-blowingly cool.
Restate my
Yeah.
assumptions.
Yeah.
People are like geometric work is not like organic. Actually, it might be the most organic.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah, these are gorgeous.
Yeah, so I think this is a good one. So now I'm actually like choosing only points and 20 guns, so that's almost a circle. Yeah, but the line is also nice, I think. So now there will be lines too. This is distorted. Let's. Yeah, so I'm gonna go quickly. That's not too much.
It's
This is.
like fine tune the parameters and everything just right, and then see like, oh, I wonder what this looks like. But just
Yeah.
just like make this like 5 times as much as it.
It's
Let's.
not simple. You like add one number and you're like, this is gonna make lines now. Whoa.
So cool.
Yeah, so for this, I want them to not distort at all. Oh yeah, no, I know. I forgot. I can add rotations. That's gonna make it even better, I think.
I like the lines too.
And I can, of course, say, like, I don't want too many of the circles, so I just duplicate lines and points.
Okay, I'm like a novice programmer, but that's how I have been like controlling the the amount of time something happens, like the probability,
Right.
just like repeating it in an array, and I feel like that's cheating, but also have no idea, and seeing you do it feels really validating for me.
Nice. Well, I'm adding 7. Well, I can add 6, but it should be 2 pi. Wait, so
The comma.
yeah. This one. So now they are rotated. So this is better.
Oh, so fun to watch you.
And actually, so I went here before. So before I finalized attraction, I explored basically this. So I'm back there. And actually, without the 20, I think only 1 and 2 is. Well, I can make them
Ooh, I
like
love it.
thicker or more of them. So for this, yeah, so I have so many like things I can change. So I'm a bit messy. I'm in one file, just hacking around basically. But
You're inviting people into your process. Gotta be understanding.
yeah. So I forgot. Am I doing this? Oh, I think this is the switch. So if I right. Yeah, I have to explicitly name my variables, otherwise I'll confuse myself. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm gonna add, because I get confused. So very explicit. Oh wait, not too many.
Nice.
Oh, this is.
So
Yeah,
like
so it's
N and
switch
X
per-
off and Y off are global.
No. Yeah, with this one, this is the name of it's the name of the function variable. Like I pass it in. It's not indented. Wait, am I correct? So I'm doing this. Get n-gon points. There's an n. There's a radius. So I work with n-gons only. So when n is 3, I get a triangle. But I'm gonna add the number of vertices of the n-gon, and then the radius. The x and y offset are the positions on the screen, and this is the rotation. So that's why it should be between 0 and 2 pi to have everything.
Yeah.
Well, but there's symmetry, so for a line I need between 1 and pi,
Yeah.
But I just can do, actually I can do anything, it doesn't really matter. So.
Yeah.
It just keeps going.
But surprising that I don't have an error, because before I went there, I was changing this mess. Because this distortion method actually.
Start chaos is so badass.
Sorry?
Start chaos.
Yeah,
so
well. So I'm actually passing things twice, but it works. JavaScript is not too picky.
Not so strict.
Yeah. So I add the color, of course. But yeah, that was what I'm doing. Color is color. The distortion. Get rid of the distortion, actually.
You got triangle stickers.
Sticker mule.
Maybe they had triangles.
That's, where's,
You can get any shape.
the token actually.
Oh, we got that sticker mule.
Well, so emails
All
for
right.
every day.
They have like deals, so the holographic stickers are usually like super expensive, but they'll do like 50% off like once every month or whatever. So you usually just monitor that and like buy stuff when it's cheap.
Yeah, I got like a bunch of like small square holographic stickers for like super cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They do all kinds of stuff. I mean, but I don't usually spend a lot of time designing stickers, so I'm kind of throw
That's not where you spend all your time.
Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of graphic design skill either. So,
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool if you could just give them like an algorithm and they just like make stickers of some different instances of the algorithm.
I know. Or by a sticker making machine.
Yeah.
Generative.
I felt like Alex and Steven were like thinking about doing that. Because I guess like
Oh, yeah.
generative artworks because like democracy, period.
I don't want to say it.
We just do it for plot every single. So is it always a plot? You do like a thing every single day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they like since before our blogs, they run like a popular just like apply Instagram account.
Okay.
I think like before they got into art blocks, they were like thinking about they're like, oh, we're gonna do like generative art business where you make like generative t-shirts. So it's like every time
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, it just like never like took off. But and then art blocks happened. And they're like, oh, this is like we could use.
Yeah.
But I think like I was just talking about they really want to do something where they can like generate like sticker.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. Are you did you want to go something?
No, I did not actually.
Do you want me to give you something?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's a good suggestion? Something small, not too fancy.
Did you want to leave me something, or do you want me to bring you something back?
What's it?
Did you want to go get something, or you want me to bring you something back?
Yeah, if you can get something, but I don't know what's a good idea. Do you have an idea?
I'll find some.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll
Like a sandwich?
yeah, perfect. Just anything. It's fine. Yeah, I'll read that. But a sandwich is fine. Yeah. Just, but nothing fancy. Just one. not too big. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
That's like all about my head. Like you can like also.
Hello.
Yeah.
What was I doing?
Yeah, there's one for sale.
Yeah. Good luck. There's a couple of them listed on OpenSea. There's a couple of like the Tyler Cops ones have a good developer, either in like BCA and stuff, or she did like running the job. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Casey Reyes, like the guy who was one of the co-founders of processing. Curious practices it, and also plays like a central
Right,
role in
yeah.
internal files. So they're really trying to do like interesting experimental stuff. I'm sorry, what was your name?
I'm Andrew.
Andrew. Nice to meet you. Do you do art things on our blogs too?
I did one project, which was a collaboration with Emily and the third artist.
Okay.
So that's our own project. It's called the Senka. It's typographic form.
Hello.
They're good.
That's awesome. Is that up in the art blogs house?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
hilarious.
Oh shit, sorry to spoil. Yeah, it's up there. It's
We knew it was
awesome.
supposed to be pet.
Yeah.
Didn't know that it actually was.
Yeah.
That's true?
Well, it caught my eye. I mean, so that's what I was able to immediately identify. Yeah, it's really cool. When did that go live? Oh, so just recently. Oh, gotcha.
No joke. So pays more. Pays more, right?
16.
Yeah. I'm feeling like I might help you that.
Corrupt the children.
Right,
Tilda.
right,
Right.
right.
Thanks.
Right. Slide.
What, apple cider? I saw you made my missed sideburns.
But Tuesday at home.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's so
But it's nice to meet you.
You are?
I'm James Merrill.
She
Lost Pixels?
really cares.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I'm Big Bird.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah.
See, I only know you by the discount. So,
It's so weird. Yeah.
right?
I thought about having a shirt made with my profile picture on it.
That would be perfect.
She's right here.
It's true. Hopefully there's name tags at some point.
I have one made. It says Scott Bird. My last name is Bird B.Y. So that's why I'm big.
I see.
So, yeah, so I've got one. Like you said, that's where you normalize this way, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab something and then I'll be back.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, well, it's a massive stuff.
Every time I come back, it's cool.
So now I think I'm gonna pull from different sets. Yeah, to start with. So sometimes it contains triangles, but not every time. But yeah, so this contains all kind of stuff.
All right.
This is just
Jos,
yes,
not Jos. Jos?
yes, yes.
Yes, well, that's nice to meet you. Thank you so much
Yes,
for,
nice to meet you.
like, letting us interrupt you and asking some questions.
Yes, you're welcome. Very welcome. Speak to you later.
Yes, you're at multiple things this weekend, probably.
Yeah, I'll be around. That's all the art blocks events, I guess. We'll see.
Maybe you'll be here every day.
Yeah, I'll stay until Monday actually. So I'll be there.
So we'll visit you again.
Sorry?
We'll visit you again. See
Yeah.
your progress.
Yeah, I mean, if you hang around, I'll be around for a few hours today.
There's important warm business happening in my Discord.
What? One?
Yeah.
Ah,
You're on the list, right?
yeah, but I got the one already.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Never
you.
mind.
Yeah, you
Yeah, you're on
removed
the
me
lucky
from the
list.
list.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I got it in the single transaction kind of thing.
Oh, great.
But is it free? Does Meuleman has the one?
It's
Already?
free, and there's like some stuff that's happening that I did go to it seems like it's gonna be released from Ambition and sort of like.
But it's gonna be a normal release, or there are tricks and contracts.
I'm assuming they like fixed it.
Do you guys know if there's
I think the idea is they're taking the old one and putting it into a contract, and then they're having like another NFT sort of issued by that contract sort of represent. I don't know.
Cool.
They have some like convoluted way to like fix the bug.
Interesting.
Nice meeting you.
That's how long has it been? Since June or something?
Yeah, I don't know when it's open. There's nothing on the internet, so I'm probably gonna go by. Actually, I'm gonna go by now. But see you guys.
See ya.
Yes. See you. Bye bye. Yes, be welcome.
Oh no, I was just
Take-
looking.
Can
I
take
just got
one. Take
lunch.
one for on the way. You can take one for on the way if you like.
No, I just take lunch and I'm on a special diet,
All right. Yeah. Then
so I can't.
it's very
If I
sweet
have-
and sugary. So.
If I have that, that's like an in-between snack, and I can't. do
All
that.
right. Yes, that's good. Yes. Have a good one.
You too. Have a good weekend.
Yes. See you.
Do you know, are you gonna be doing an in-person Q&A, or are you just gonna do it?
Well, like nothing is, let's say, officially. So we just like I think exactly what just happened.
Okay.
People can hang around and we can talk about stuff, I guess. So I think I already have some variations. Well, already I imagined to get here like a few hours ago, actually, but
Yeah.
it's all right.
These are turning out so cool. I
Um,
love that effect. However, you're doing that with Ripple.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'm actually so yeah. This one I like. It's super. Yeah, the same like sine wave kind of thing. But I like how this one. There are more clouds of points. Yes, actually. So now I'm quite close to some of the actual attraction outputs.
So do you have an end state in mind, or you just keep iterating until you see continually seeing things that are interesting?
Yeah, the latter. So I just and so when I was making attraction, I hit something, like interesting. Let's say quite soon, and then I thought like, wow, yeah, I'm gonna make something out of this, like a final collection. But then I spent months, tweaking stuff, and then thinking I should add more, explore more, and then I also thought, what I was at 2 weeks ago was better than what I have now, and then this whole thing happened like that. So hey, I'm good. How are you? Yeah, we're getting there. You're free, or you're just you have
Free,
still
yeah, we
things going
did.
on, and
Like the Minters and Makers just now.
that's also happening.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Interesting.
it wasn't very well attended. I think people were traveling.
Right, yeah.
What's happening on Patrick?
Hey, Patrick, I'm James. Nice to meet you.
Aren't you excited for your project?
Yeah, thank you.
That was announced like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Well, the stream is listening, but he walked in. I'm James, so I'm like, okay, well, nice to meet you. I'm just announced as a created artist, so that's pretty epic.
Yeah.
So I just checked it out. I
It's like,
didn't.
I don't know what to do, so I just been like walking around Marfa and trying to clear my head because I have a lot of pressure.
When did you know about it? Like you had to keep it secret for a
I knew
week,
about
or-
it for like probably 3 weeks, maybe a month.
Oh, that's long. Okay.
Yeah. But I try to do a lot to prepare for it with like social media and like have a microsite and a video.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
It's nice to have some lead time.
Yeah, that's what I did not do when I launched Attraction. I tried to get a good blog post out, but it was something that took forever, and I never finished it actually. So,
Yeah,
it's too bad.
At some point, it's just like you're so tired of looking at the same thing, you know?
Yeah.
So I get that. Hey, familiar faces.
Hello.
Let's go, Patrick.
Phil.
Yeah.
How are you, Patrick?
Hey,
Like,
hey Phil, I'm James. Nice to meet
Nice,
you.
James. I just saw your post about your new series.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you.
Hello.
Great.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey,
Right.
you're
Yes.
Joe?
Yeah, I'm Jos. Nice to meet you.
Hey, I'm Phil. Nice
Hello,
to meet
nice to
you.
meet you. I'm
Hi.
Jos.
How's the live coding? Stressful?
Yeah, well, it's okay, but it's I was, maybe nervous, but it's at the start it didn't work out. I had a really terrible, like almost ashamed how bad the start was, but I mean, eventually get some things done.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm doing it from scratch without using anything, so
Oh yeah.
at least I get on track. This is already the style of my attraction projects. Yeah, but I have to fine tune stuff for sure. But yeah, so I think these kind of ones, if I do the pixels smaller and more of them, it will already be many times better.
So this is a project that's
Yeah, so
ongoing. It's a work in progress that you're.
so attraction, it's this project. This one launched in December last year on Artworks. So I wanted to do behind the code to start from scratch and then show you
To see how you got there.
how I got there.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of showing it what I have now, like it's kind of shows the idea. But I really underestimated it because I did it a few days ago. I was like, in 1 hour I'll get so much done. But then when I do it here, it's
I
like
did it behind the codes a while back, and the amount of work that I could put in just to remember all the steps I went through and to find the visuals to explain it is tremendous. It takes so much time.
so. It's still interesting, but it's messy as well. I mean, it would be better if I would, take like days to really prepare and then make a very good.
Well, you're there, so you can answer your question.
But this is exactly it's like this. It's just someone coding something.
Is that your first bottle?
Yeah, no, it's just open by Big Bird. He provided us with drinks and stored waffles. He said he looked for Dutch snacks and so he did a good job.
And it's because it was your birthday yesterday, right? But
Yeah, like 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Yeah. So I mentioned it to him, and he picked me up in El Paso from the airport, and he was like,
Help yourself,
"I have
yeah.
treats for you, presents." I was like, that's amazing. So go for it. Yeah.
How much do you have?
My wife Melanie, well, she got me there, so
Amazing.
she found the Airbnb and organized everything. So, but you're not staying.
No, I'm not. I'm going to walk. Can you just check if it's working with our?
Where are you coming from, James?
I'm from Vermont.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a good trek. I mean, I can't really complain from people from Thailand.
It's as far as it gets.
Yeah. It was cool. I mean, like, I've never been to Texas before. Like, just coming out to El Paso first, I was like, no, I can't out here.
Yeah.
But
I'll tell you what, it's hard to get to. I live in Houston, Texas, and I drove it something.
wow.
So even if you live in Texas, it's still remote.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you
We
go.
looked at all these alternatives to El Paso to the airport, and we're like, no, we can't do that.
Good luck.
And then we looked
Yes,
at
thank you
all
very
the-
much. See you later.
At least 3 hours.
Nice to meet you. But that really is a big part of the charm of it, I think. You know, if you could just fly in and out, there'd be a $1 billion over there. Start,
Yeah.
It's hard to get to.
That's why I wanted to come, because I don't do this sort of thing, but I was like, if people are going to be this dedicated and get this far out there, like, something interesting is happening. I don't know what it is. And it's been hard to explain to people why I want to know where that is, but it's like, I think I just need to do it. Like, and so far, so good.
Yeah, there's
We're doing,
Yeah.
there's hardly he's driving from New York.
That's insane.
So I think he left yesterday and he's just running away.
Wow.
Wow.
Did you see his student got pulled over twice?
Yeah.
You saw that?
Oh,
Well, there's like no, I was wondering if it was like on the stretch here. I wasn't sure where it's coming from because there's like no speed limit. I mean, people go like 90 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Once
The
you go,
speed limit's 80, yeah.
yeah.
Where you going?
I was going like 65. And I was like, because I don't want to get a ticket.
No, and they will.
Yeah.
Texas, there's a lot of great things about it.
Yeah, that's something I want to learn. Yeah.
You don't want to meet them.
Yeah.
Well, I think even in Massachusetts, or Highway Patrol, or the state troopers,
State.
I think they're very good.
Mm.
It comes with the job.
Yeah. So where did you come from?
Montreal.
Oh, that's so. That's
So just a little north.
Yeah. So did you fly out of Montreal? Just fly.
Montreal to Denver.
Okay.
And then Denver, I met Melissa in Denver. We were sitting right behind me in the airplane. It was going on about our blogs to our neighbors. He's like, "Hey, our blogs, me too." And
That's
she told me-
amazing.
Yeah, it was great. We
In
talked
the
about
airplane?
bracelets, for the whole time.
Nice.
And then Denver to El Paso. We got here on Monday. Actually, we went to ADM.
How was that?
Unique. So I don't know. It's just desert and the mountains. Sometimes you'll see the mountains. You're like, wow, you could be the mountain. Then you turn the corner, like there's right on top. They touch the sky. It's
Did you do any camping there?
Sure. So it was a cement base and a little bridge. So easy.
In the park or no?
No, outside the park.
In Sterling Wood? Sterling Wood. Yeah, it's right. It's right.
What do you mean?
Wrangler, that's a funky thing too.
Yeah.
It's been on for a
That's pretty
while.
remote.
It's still on there.
So from Montreal to that. Yeah, we've never seen one. Right, that's not. I've seen one in Calgary, but it's very. It's mostly just desert sand. Yeah. Lots of different pickups.
I saw someone on where Smith had joined. That's the only Cowboy I've seen so far. Is it really real?
Yeah, we went into the gallery and not marathon, but so we walk in the gallery, it's just weeks. And the lady comes out, she's like, "Hey,
Yeah.
shoot, you're on." Going on about the elections already. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, elections are a big deal in this city. You look at Texas, in West Texas, this is like the only blue county
I know.
in for hundreds of miles.
It's all red.
That's how you can tell past it.
Yeah. And all the cities are blue, right? And then
Yeah.
But or a regional or just out of the city.
Yeah.
So she gets calls all the time because she used to be an election judge. So she gets calls all the time from CNN. Can you explain why that square is blue? It's blue. And she'd have to come out. So,
Wow.
it's pretty dry out back
Yeah, go for it.
So what's the art scene like up in Montreal?
It's probably three stages of the museum. We have because Quebec is from separate, because it's French, and because it's separate from Canada, we have a whole lineage of local artists that have been influenced by all the feminist American artists. So we kind of have our version of them. And so, in museums, and then the contemporary art scene is pretty good. There's all the artists in there. And then for the digital arts and network arts, there's a few spots, but it's not as it's mostly like VR, and we have this one non-profit piece in the where they have this big dome, and they make movies for that thing. So it's you're immersed into the room, so they have all the developed all the software and everything for it. So that's a big scene. Well, we have 2 galleries, but we do mostly another ones. And it's ready.
So I asked just because like obviously where I live, there's not even much artists in general. So I've been to Montreal a bunch of times, but I never really connected the dots. Is there? Because I've seen like name tech and stuff. So that's
So see if you adopted to Society for Commodity Arts. They co-produce
Yeah, I've done it. It's like music concerts there. The SAT. Yeah. Super cool. Yeah. 10 years to do that.
So they really yeah, they do, and all the technical artists.
Yeah, I work for electronic musicians. So they would do shows during like Oshiaga festivals.
Yeah,
We had summer festival. Yeah, we would do that.
We have our summer here in
It's like
every week we do the festival.
Yeah.
Because we have to cram them all. So the Oshiaga is around end of summer,
Yeah.
and then there's a weekend.
We guys have Igloo Fest, where it's like a music festival in the middle of the winter, which is just insane. Like I know that goal, but that's super cool.
I know. You have to really stick with that.
Yeah.
And people get thrown in accidents.
I can imagine. I mean, it's like negative. Like the
Yeah.
What musicians have you worked with?
So I was a tour manager for like 10 years. What was it? You might know some of them. You know, Casual Cat?
Yeah.
The Norwegian DJ. I worked with them for like 8 years. This group called Snake Hips. They're like a British duo. So yeah, I did that for a long time until pandemic. They shut it down.
Yeah.
For this festival. I love it. I see the world travel. It all gets stuck. It was.
I think it's also pretty tough to research.
A lot of people have this. I mean, to be really honest, at the time it was terrible. Felt the world was unfastened. And like I was out of a job. Looking back on it, like hard of me and kind of firstly like you need to stop. And then you like stop and like but then shit going on a bit like kid and like it made me do something else. And I've even heard some musicians say that. Because it could be a guy like doing this. It'd be really fun.
Yeah.
When it feels like work, it really sucks.
And I mean, you come in with all the problems.
Pretty much, yeah. But it was fun working with teams. Yeah.
The list that I'm reading.
It's crazy. But it's exciting too.
Yeah.
You do it for the experience. You'd be really foolish to do it for money. You really want the money doing many other things. But it was great. But I met a lot of cool people. Montreal. It was always tough touring because like I would try to get to 8 and 2, but the tour, especially when I went to 4 or 5 days. Because part of the thing is like I've been to Montreal like 6 times. And I think I've spent like 7 nights there. Yeah. You know, you see the hotel and the venue, and then you leave. You got a coffee. You have to leave.
Yeah.
Good food though. Food.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
It's okay, but.
Well, what do you eat? Because I always get like steak free up there, like poutine, steak free, that sort of thing.
The smoked meat's been famous for the smoked
Yeah,
meat.
of course.
Yeah.
But there's a thriving restaurant scene. There's always these chefs coming up, and they kind of co-compete together and help each other. The scene is really thriving. So it's not cheap. They eat super well, and we don't go to restaurants much anymore.
Yeah.
We used to do that a lot more. And then we travel to the US. So we go to Florida. Oh. It's a tough week.
Yeah.
Right.
Here you order shrimp like spot. Everything's like bad. Oh man. But we all just look up and
I mean, when I've been to Montreal before, it's like you can get Indian food, you can get like it needed to be from like South India, like hyper specific regions that's just different. Yeah. Yeah, so that was a highlight going up there is the food. And the beer too. You guys got some good brews. Yeah, now we got our beer.
Vermont was kind of early, but Long Trail was around before like craft beer.
Yeah.
There was like a real craft beer everywhere. Even in DC, like one brewery maybe. They're small, but like
They just pop up.
Yeah.
I had some good beers last night, but I guess there's like elevation. I got like super kind of lightheaded, and I was like, whoa.
I make sure to drink some. We're at like 47.
Yeah.
At least for me. Not quite a lot, but it doesn't feel like we're doing it. Like when you, especially when you come in, you see it on the video, feel like you're climbing.
Yeah.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I'm PC engineer.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah. It's our community project. I help ponder a lot.
Nice. Are you the voice of the
Yes. Wow. Most of them like Pompeii not does some. Pompeii Platinum. When I can't, but yeah, I've been doing them for like the last 6 months. You know, I should probably say that because I log on from the ArtBox account.
We never know. Yeah, exactly. We never know who it is.
That's good feedback.
Yeah.
We make a note of that.
Say I'm PC manager.
No, that's really good feedback. I just
Because I knew I was going to meet the voice.
That's a good one.
Right, and
I
then
didn't know when.
that like auto
But
refresh,
you know what, your voice is very
like HTML edit attack, so
Right.
I can now
it's
set back for a little bit.
Whenever it
It will
starts
just,
on, and you
I think every 20 seconds it will
and you wait, and there's always that
Oh, you got some like squares and everything.
You do that really well.
Yeah,
It's
so
very
it
comforting.
defines
for the
different
artist
sets of
and for-
shapes.
I
So
mean, I
for
remember
every
when
new
I
render, it's one of the different
and
sets.
but anyways,
And that's the thing that I should like even to
I appreciate that. That's really my goal.
like what do you want to see?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna point at something and be like, that's
yeah,
cool.
that's how it's within 20 seconds. Yeah, so,
Situation.
so these ones I
you're freaking out.
to make softer, I can also add
Yeah.
contrast.
Yeah, I went like it was 30 minutes before I left.
Yeah.
I went to get
Like a shadow to pixels. something like
And
that.
then I'm walking back.
So then maybe this one can become.
I won't be late, but I just had to walk around.
But there's so now it's a bit wild, sort of variety. So this one I
Well, I
like,
try because I understand.
but was certainly something that I really would like to
It's anything
change.
before show. It's like
So then I have to
No, it's-
define what makes this
I
look
kinda-
like this, and
it's still.
that changes for the
It
specific
works really well.
configuration.
Yeah, I think my big takeaway from watching you and like hearing this is like really doing it like on a pixel level, which is really interesting because like you almost have like really big pixels, you know, and like one of the things that occurred to me is like when I look at like pixelful people who do that really like 8-bit style art, like you could like zoom in and some way maybe even do that with this if you wanted to.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. Yeah, he
Yeah,
there's a
can-
language barrier.
definitely with this I can zoom in.
We still want to do it.
Um,
And it was actually cool. to
but if
see
I
him in
choose a
one
small
box,
region
like,
here, I
sharing
want like high resolution. I'm gonna
return it every
need
time.
to wait so long.
Oh, yeah.
At the same time, but it helped us.
There's so much more pixels, make them smaller. But this interesting. So there are specific cases. Also, some cases I like to isolate, so I can throw away all the shapes and just
You know,
Challenge, but
it's a challenge.
use 2 or 3 and then render them in.
I'm excited for this more. Yeah, exactly.
This one in particular is really cool. I like how it's like slices.
Yeah.
Because I saw you're using like sine and cosine to do that, but I don't really understand how you're doing it. It's pretty cool. Like,
Yeah.
and that one has the ripple.
Yeah, this is too much. So,
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah.
Was that your choice or Pompeii?
So I'm.
I think
Let me quickly see.
You also did it earlier,
So well,
where we were kind of.
to just answer a bit of the question. For some parts I also don't
It's
know.
almost smoother
Like I
now,
started
though, I
with
did a lot.
I apply like sine waves and stuff. So this one has a really small frequency. Like every ripple is a sine wave eventually. So, and in some cases I take like the x coordinates. So,
Yes.
and if I take the width of the screen, like I take a percentage, like the x coordinate is halfway the width, then it's 0.5.
Yeah,
And then, yeah, that's one of the ways how I build it up. So then I use halfway times something like sine wave, whatever. But then, I have to tweak it so I can choose to make them.
We have to all put it.
See, that one looks like spray paint, so that definitely feels to me.
On YouTube or something.
Yeah, so this is way too rapidly.
You'll probably get a bill on our shelf.
It's effects.
On your sites if someone else is here. It's good idea. Might be while they're checking out the events.
So then, if I would continue from here, I would add more rules. For example, maybe prevent the previous one. Or like if some parameters are set like this, then in that case I don't want to have another thing appear. So now if I'm continuing, I'm gonna have to think what I'm gonna change, what I'm gonna dive in more.
That was the hardest thing for me is like when you try to find things that you don't like in your algorithm and slowly weed them out.
Right.
It's so hard to do that.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's true.
especially if they're rare problems.
Yeah, I think with this long form format, it's the hardest challenge to end up with something where you like everything. And you have to make so many choices, like what to keep in and what not.
These are so awesome. It looks like a tornado on the left.
Yeah, these are great.
I should move my cursor.
Yeah, it's good that you can recognize the shapes and then you see them swept up by wind.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and there are of course a few things that I didn't implement yet. That is in my actual collection. So sometimes I like those shapes to appear. The ones.
You have a flag at the bottom. The American flag.
It's
what's your idea for the general composition? How do you draw it?
Yeah, so I started as I built this up, like quite random, like scatter the things, all of the canvas. Yeah, but so in the project, I made a few choices to like fill the entire screen. Or so for this one, it's like, oh wow, it's in this region, of course. And I also have one where I cut them in pieces, like a panel kind of shape. So, but this one, the main idea is really scattered all around. So, and I played with like on the level of which polygons I want to appear and which not. So I choose many triangles and many triangles, that kind of choices. Yeah, and so for this, as I said, I really want to drop this many ripples, but it's funny to see crazy output sometimes.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, this.
The color.
Yeah, thanks. So this color palette is from my actual project. Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about, because we were talking about color earlier, is when you're working with HSL and you try to blend color.
So this shows most of the techniques behind attraction for sure. But I actually want to go back for a second to just a single shape basically. Let's see. Yeah, so I might change this to one thing. I'm gonna choose 2 shapes, and I'm gonna add them like concentric shapes. I'm gonna add one over the other one, so there's a small shape inside another shape. So let's try that. So the radius is again just below half the screen size. Well, let's make it half the screen size for this one. Let's be consistent then. And no rotation. And then the second shape is a square. So I'm going to do a triangle and a square for now. Let's see what the issue is. So we need a yeah, so before I was assigning the same color to every pair of shapes. So now I want to do colors within the, all change them within the shape. Let's see. Switch.
I did look there. Let me get my computer. I did look there now, but I didn't see anything.
Hello. Oh, welcome. Let's. Oh, there's something. You come at the right moment. A blank screen. Let's see. What am I doing? Is that a color? Yeah, that is a color. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to to the chaos games where I started. So I went to show how this is made attraction project, but I decided to. So this is a lot of polygons interacting with each other, but I want to try a few things with just single shapes like this. So at first, so I'm not gonna set any colors fixed. Although I still could. I'm gonna do the color track again. So let's see. We have a palette. Yeah. So I based the color on the index. So it's the index of within the polygon. That's the one I'm choosing here. So let's see what's going on here. We do this for testing purposes. Yeah, so now I basically assigned colors to every vertex of the shape. So the triangle is 3 colors: the blue, the red, and the white. And again, I want to eventually base them on the palettes I defined. So yeah, we do have the palette actually. So let's add that one. So let's see if it works. Yeah, so the palette had these kind of colors. So that's one thing. I'm gonna stop the distortion for now. So it's gonna be just right on. I'm gonna need more iterations. I'm not doing this. Right. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna do it for a single polygon for now. And I want to only draw, so I'm not gonna draw every point. Yeah, so this is just with 4 square. So I didn't use yeah, so I want actually to go from here to try a few things to just like disturb this shape. So it's, if I don't add any rules, it's a square with the same kind of pixels equally distributed. If this is gonna work, oh yeah, I'm sorry about this. Yes, here every corner has a certain color from one of the palettes. I have to fix the black, I think. Yeah, so the nice thing is, so I'm gonna work with this palette for now. Where's my palette index? So I'm gonna set this one 3 for now, so it's always this. So now, actually, I can make exactly these colors blend in a bit. So they're gonna mix up a little bit. And actually, I'm gonna go back to the HSL. I think I called it like this. So the random index times 360 divided by n. Let's see. Yeah, so the vertices, the length is like the defines if it's like it's 3 vertices for a triangle, so I want to divide 360 by 3. So if I do it right, I should get like the color. So my goal is to get the color wheel, so like the rainbow colors, like all colors from the spectrum. So let's see about that. I don't add them as a list. That's probably going to help. Yeah, so this is like, so it's the color at 0, it's red, and then it's what is it, 90 degrees, it's green, and then blue and purple. So now I add a 20 gun. So it's just going to be this point cloud basically. But I can do what I tried earlier, is not draw everything, but only draw pixels under a certain condition. So I think if those indexes are correct, so now I only draw if one of the corner points is chosen at least the second time after each other. Although this does not seem to do what I thought it would do. Let's see. Right, so I have a previous index. Okay, so I messed some things up because I want to work with a single polygon, because I think I can get interesting textures if I try a few things with this. So the vertices is just one polygon, and previous is now not the polygon index but the vertex index. It should be. Well, okay, let's leave it at previous index. So the random index, that's how I call it. Yeah, okay, so now it only. So I'm not drawing like everything in the picture, but just a part of it. So so it depends on how often, if a single vertex is chosen more than once, then only then after the second time or third time the previous index and the random index are going to be the same. So in this example, this only happens when you're like for the second time in a row towards one of the endpoints, and also the third and the fourth time. So that's one thing. Let's see.
I saw it too. No big deal. You know what? It's probably time for it to come down.
You can also say if random index equals the previous index, you continue So now the shape should change quite a bit. But of course it doesn't. It's again, so the twin. Let's see, I was thinking about adding a restriction for to draw this kind of iterations. Okay, well, I forgot, because I thought I had the small trick here that would change the picture in a nice way, but it seems it doesn't. Just so I went back to basics basically, but I'm gonna. I wanted to make some variations with this one. When I'm gonna have to think for a second what I'm gonna do exactly. So before I don't know if you seen anything of the screen before, like an hour ago, because I did this kind of. I can actually show it here. I think I called it like this. It's not correct. Is there space really? Oh, there's not. Oh, there is. That's stupid. All right. Yeah, that was a very sneaky space bar. Yeah, so I did end up here to get the traction project. Well, the techniques behind it recreated, but not exactly all the things. But I decided to go back to basics and start a few fun things, which is so yeah, so that did get there fortunately. But now I was just wanting to do something quickly, and then it didn't work out. I looked like 10 people here and people watching online, so I have to figure out something new, I guess. So I don't know if anyone wants to give some input on this or questions, or we can dive into one of these variations or change something about it maybe. But
Are you using shaders?
no, not at all. Just for now, I just draw pixels in the 2D canvas. Yeah, I never have used shaders. I want to, and for this, I don't know if they're super helpful, but I need to do like parallel kind of computing the pixels. Now it's like there's nothing like parallel. It's not sped up. It's quite slow. So for more detail, I go for smaller pixels, more iterations. It's going to definitely be quite slow in this approach. yeah. But who knows? When I go into shaders, it might be a great way.
How do you get like the
Yeah, so I applied a lot of sine and cosine trick. Yeah, just trick. So now it looks like this. I call it distortion method. So I put it still has EMT, but that's X and Y. I just take X and Y values and do some magic. But yeah, it's like a bit of a mess, but it's of course I played around with it and then fixed some values.
So it's an array of methods. You select one.
Yeah. So so every time it's kind of so actually, and the 0 means the distortion is plus is an addition, so it's added to the X and Y value. But I use one list, and 0 means no change. So I use this for the X and the Y. So the Y distortions take from this index to here, and the X distortions from there. That's why the 0 is in there. So I decided on different distortions for X and for Y. Yeah, and well, I spoke with someone about this before, so I did a few on purpose, and then also a few like throwing values in it, and then if I like it, I save it, and maybe change it a little bit. But yeah, that's definitely the distortions. So yeah, yeah, and so these I made. So this is what I made today. So I did do it from scratch, but I did copy some these distortion methods from my actual attraction code. But yeah, if I would continue on this, I could try better resolution, like see more pixels, maybe color blending kind of things. But yeah, it's also like actually now everything feels messy to me. Like I think I want to do something and then I do it, and it's not. But you see, all these shapes are like sort of the classical like chaos game shapes. So the Sierpinski triangle is the most famous, but also this pentagon. I don't know if there's a name for these. Yeah, this appear in the classic chaos game. And there's a lot of rules to change there, so I can try that again if I start fresh. I have to.
Yeah.
But I just.
It's impressive for how many hours you put in there.
Yeah, so and I did. I really thought I would be way quicker and smoother. But that didn't really happen. But it's what it is. So basically, that's why I was going back to like a single shape. There's some fun things you can do. Can do with them. And it's like I write the code, but like you can go certain directions with certain rules, and it can surprise you, even though you sort of think that you understand what's going on. But it's there's stuff that emerge, and they are all this chaos game, of course, is like this fractal patterns. You could zoom into it and keep generating all the smaller variations, and yet it's happening in these kind of images as well, like or mappings of. It's always pairs of polygons. So when there's a row like this, it's like it's a point and an hexagon, for example. Oh no, actually, this is a line like that. It's mapping to a line. So let's see if there's another one coming up. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
It's gone forever.
It's gone forever. Yeah.
Danger of F5.
But so this one works only with midpoints, so halfway points, and like these kind of patterns, it's really the shapes multiply, so it starts. So this one I cannot really point in, but you have to say there's 1 and 2 and 4 and 8, until infinity, until you cannot distinguish Yeah, so that's the fractal nature of the chaos game, and yeah, to use several polygons that interact with each other, you get this mappings of each other basically. Actually, so I did this before today, but now I have so many eyes on. So I wrote this a while ago. So I can add shapes like this. So it's just gonna render a small Sierpinski triangle. It doesn't like, I think that the other thing is rendering. But I had a line and a triangle, so this triangle will be like mapped towards both points of the line. So like halfway there will be 2 and then 4 and then 8. I don't know if I clicked correct, but so with this system, if I do 4 lines, so they will all sort of map to each other in a certain way, and there will be smaller copies of every line. And yeah, you can get quite a lot of interesting shapes. So if I add a triangle with just the 3 lines, you get also like a nice pattern inside it. And if I add, for example, here, this will be like a cloud of points, just a blob, well, an angon that's deformed, so you get like a snowball kind of thing going on here. So the triangle is mapped towards this ball kind of thing, and the snowball is mapped to each point of the triangle. So, and I added it in lines, so it's 3 pairs of points. So every line is 2 points. But yeah, I mean, there's with this thing I can play hours with just this basically.
So does the triangle just hit the middle of like the ones to the right of it and keeps doing that until?
Yeah. So let me do 2 small ones. So yeah, I'll put one upside down and the other one like that. So now it's not going to be perfect, of course, but they meet in the center. Like 3 copies of this one will be in halfway, exactly halfway, and also 3 copies of the other one because they got mapped to the halfway point on the other end. Well, so the best thing is if I add different colors. So that's going to be red, and then the other one is going to be blue. So yeah, it's just mappings of each other. And if I do this, like if I program this can be, of course, like a perfect shape where the blue fills in exactly the space between the red in this example. So you get like a hexagon there. I tried earlier to show this post on my Instagram. I can. Does this work? So I did this morning, and then I saw Alexis made this one. Why is this? Oh, and then because I put those on my Instagram, but I don't know if they didn't work in the morning. That's okay. Yeah, so this is the same ID, but then hopefully it's going to load. But the shapes are like positioned, perfectly. Well, it should load, of course. So this is one. So I basically made them rotate, so you get animations of rotating shapes that all interact with each other. So it's 2 bad the animation is not running for some reason. But yeah, and this is the nice one. I think it's like the perfection of the triangles. But yeah, if it doesn't run, then that's too bad. But so basically, yeah. So with the attraction project is like evolved from this idea where I like played a lot with yeah, with this technique. And yeah, so I could in this web app, if I add colors, I have to do it like with by hand. You can do all kinds of things like this.
So is it all happening with recursion?
Yeah, so it's just I do like thousands of iterations, and it just chooses points from vertices from these shapes. So there's not a recursive implementation. It's just highly iterative. It's
Like
yeah, and so the thing is, like each, especially this like Sierpinski triangle, you can create it with recursive triangle divisions, and yeah, the same goes for the other shapes as well, for sure. Yeah, and all these mappings indeed are eventually the same as if you would do recursion. And that's there's this whole almost mind-blowing thing how many different ways try to create the Sierpinski triangle. Like, so there are so many ways to get the same thing. Yeah, so it's it can keep me busy forever if I want to. So I don't know, should I try to create something?
Or you keep doing it without is it just JavaScript?
Yeah, so it's just JavaScript. Yeah. So and today, so it was really messy, but I started with like an empty text file because I wanted to, try that. Yeah. And I draw rectangles, like so fill rect and canvas. It could be arcs as well. I didn't even try that. So. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank
sure.
you. See you in an hour.
Thanks for walking by.
Yes, I'll be back before.
See you
before
tonight.
five, yeah. I'll be back before close.
Perfect. Thanks.
All the points, are they like actually rectangles?
Yeah.
Just tiny rectangles?
So and so obviously I could choose one. So do I have like I can also find one of the nice outputs here, and then so this is a bit like wild. There are different variations, but some with the points, the nice point clouds. So I can see if there's a really good one. It can be worth it to like recreate that one with more pixels and then try to get the quality better and more detailed. And I did experiment with adding like contrast, like or shadows, like especially if there are too many things. If it's like too much of one color, then it really helps to try to add some darker areas or something like that. But I mean, there's all kinds of directions I can take.
Are the colors, are they also kind of like generative?
No, so in the attraction project, there's a bunch of palettes that are like really fixed. Yes, so thank you. And I have a few where I do like interpolate, but in naive way, just I took two colors and then I want. Yeah, so it's probably the equivalent.
Yeah.
Because so I never used that. But it's as I say, it is the sort of the naive way. I talked to a few people here about color, but I mean, I have good ideas about color, but I haven't really tried it because I do like the idea you can do like different kinds of interpolation, of course, and try to make something fit better. Yeah, so this can be much better with complementary color or something. But at least I got the shapes, the different shapes appear in the wavy distortion.
So yeah. Yeah, how many rectangles are on there?
Right. Yeah. So I should be able to see that because
you keep track of the calculations.
yeah. Well, so it's just we can see the iteration. Where's my text editor? Oh, it's this one. Let's open the other one. This one. Yeah, so this one is rendering now. Yeah, so this one does this many for every pair of polygons. So it's all pairs that interact, and there are 99. Oh, I have a fixed number, so it's 99 times that. So it's 100 times 70,000. Right. So 7 million. So yeah, that's now the number, and it's it takes a few seconds, so we can definitely turn it up, I guess.
Yeah. But you could set it to like one for like. I mean, just theoretically, you could set it to like 45 minutes or something.
Right.
Like trillions of
Yeah. So I think I saved the variation that just appeared. So I'm gonna not make it refresh automatically. But there's also a good one. So I could use this one. So now this one is fixed based on the hash. Yeah. So I could try to see what happens if I to start just add a lot more iterations. So I keep the same amount of shapes, and I'm gonna say it's like more than double the amount of points. Yeah, so at some point if I just do more points, it's gonna be too much. I have to use smaller pixels or like an alpha value to. I can actually use this blend mode. I was thinking to have this global composite operation. Yeah, this didn't render for me earlier today. I don't know why. So there's a whole list of blend modes. And I thought it would render here. I expected it to be here, so. But so I can do darker, lighter, all kinds of stuff. But this is a bit of a shame that I don't see the list here. Maybe this one has the list. Yeah, so these are more used ones. There are a lot more, I believe. So I could, if I do one of these things, and then in combination with alpha channel, I can try what works best with blending. I mean, that's one way I do it on 2D canvas. And I think, I don't know if any of you use shaders, then you have, I think, all other kinds of tools and tricks to just, say how to blend colors. I could also, I guess, hard code it. Like if I draw a pixel, I look what's there, and then do some sort of formula to decide the final color. But so, I mean, I could try just so X is my context. So global composite operation equals, and then let's do destination at top. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen with this one. Yeah, and I leave the other tab also open so I can compare them. And actually, maybe this operation makes things quite a bit slower as well. I'm gonna unplug and plug in this laptop. Oh. Okay, I think something's wrong. I expected it to do something now by now. So this was the previous one. So why is this so hard? Well, maybe, yeah. I mean, I might overlook something, but maybe this operation is very costly and I do it millions of times. Well, yeah. But I thought I used a few of these like by experimenting. So I'm definitely gonna try that with less iterations. Maybe I'm using the worst choice anyway of these. Yeah. See you later. Yeah, I'm just gonna revert a few things, I guess. Well, so I don't know exactly why it's hanging now. Because I think these numbers were quite fine actually. So let's just close this stuff. Ah, we're back. Okay. Okay. I think I left one of the earlier attempts was just hanging in the background somewhere, taking up memory or stuff like that. That's at least my guess for now. So this takes a few seconds. Yeah, so I get the same one. So I'm gonna try it with this one. So let's say if I do. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Are you the coder?
Yeah, I'm the coder.
Wonderful.
Global composite operation equals. Well, nice to meet you.
Hello.
Jos, nice to meet you. Oh, well, thanks. That's some struggles and some, nice things to show off. But now, yeah, so now with the pixel blending, it takes the lighter one. That's why it gets so light. So I could try a few of these things. So So I'm not going to do destination at all. Something went wrong there the last time. Oh, I have to get these ones again. Global composite operation. Yeah, source over is the default, source top. Source in, destination over. Yeah. Let's see what this does. But I mean, yeah, these are options you could explore. But I guess, I want to see the examples from the MDM docs that's not showing now. So that's
this file that you're modifying, is that like the whole script?
yeah, that's true. So I've just this like HTML kind of thing, and then it's just the script. Well, there's a title and the canvas on the script.
It's really short, really compact.
Yeah, so it is definitely quite compact. Yeah. So my art blocks project, I don't know from the top of my head, but it's quite, I think 3,000 something characters. Yeah, it's not that much. No,
This, which is like 175.
Sorry?
The other one's 3,000 lines or so?
Characters.
Oh, I see.
For my project, the attraction project. I can actually show it, but because I put a link here. Yeah, so the code, so this is the actual transaction. So it was December last year. Yeah, so here I cannot see the, so this is the script. It's a bit crappy. Yeah, so basically on the new tab. So I can also look at, so this is one of the actual renders, like by the Artblocks generator. Right. So this is the script, yeah. So this it's like included in the HTML, but it's it's minified. I could minify it more actually. So it's so this I did copy it before actually. So this is it. So I can save it on chain traction.js. So it's 3.3 kilobytes. Yeah, it's 3,327 characters. Yeah, that's it. And when I like add that, if I'm gonna use this one on chain, I'm gonna need to provide the. So if I do it in the same template I was using, I have to add the hash. So now the script, it's gonna say there's no token data. So if I add, Jesus, where's my file? So I put it actually in the code that I wrote today. It does it does exactly that. It adds like a random hash in the code, so it can generate stuff. So I think if I add that here, then the code actually has a hash. Yeah, so this is the script. That's the actual project. So it should be different on every page load. Yeah. So if you really want to dive into that code, well, it's not readable at all. But it's so yeah, this is one. So of course, not exactly this one, but in this style, those are like minted. Yeah, for real. And the code. So actually, yeah, it breaks off like this. So some are a bit longer, but it's basically basically this is like everything, and this part is all colors, like all these green strings of hex codes, plus plus a few lines above it. Everything with this Q, well, all the QQ is actually palettes, so it's a list of color palettes. So this part is, for example, colors. Yeah, like most magic happens somewhere here. The actual like calculations, and these kind of lists are, I think, the number of objects. So it pulls one item. It's either 80 objects or 100 or etc. Yeah, sorry, could break down all the details here, but this is this is the actual attraction script.
Such small
Yeah, so it's definitely, it is small by also by nature what I'm doing. Like I use this like chaos game principle. It's sort of easy, but it can generate very well a lot of patterns and detail and everything. So it's sort of yeah.
For the object number counts that you have there, are those ones that you just selected randomly, or?
Like this one, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I decided
You like those?
I like to see one with 80, and I like to see some with 100. So these are actually, like, if you talk about rarities, like they're equally pulled from the list. So like the 80 is equal, um, like it's not rarer than another. But yeah,
Did you curate the color combinations as well?
yeah. So I have this whole list. I just I think I have few colors I took. Well, I have from another project. Not that many actually. So I just played around and changed some colors, and then whenever I like something, yeah, I save it. So build up like a list of palettes, and then of course, yeah, later you throw some out and throw some in. So yeah, they are definitely, yeah, they're curated. But I'm thinking I can't exactly recall how I made most of them. So, but sometimes I thought like I wanted to play with some blues, so I take some blue color, and yeah, in this case it worked on a white background. I usually add something darker, so there's some black, some blue, and some. In some cases, like the fading between, like let's say black and blues with all kinds of shades of blue. Yeah, those it's just I just try things out and then added whatever I liked. So this is more like a fire kind of palette with red and yellow. So.
Are there like color combinations that appear more commonly in pairs or something? Or is it all just random?
Yeah, so the palettes, so every palette is probably like equal, but I've maybe a few palettes that are like the warmer colors. So one is more like extra pink and the other one more red. Like they are different, but so every palette is, I think, equally like rare or not rare. Yeah. So I didn't add that on like. I didn't decide on one that I want to be really rare. Maybe now I would do it. I've actually one. It could be this palette. One I named after my niece, and but the most other ones here I named after all the great people that made this possible. So I have well, the palette name is, I think, Vital. It's like Vitalik Buterin because he well, is the Ethereum founder, and this one Caldero, I called it. It's from Eric Calderon, the Artblocks founder. There's even Brenda from the JavaScript founder of, or well, founder. I don't know. There could be a few founders, but the key persons I found. And of like Vera Molnar, and of a few palettes that I named after people who I thought they made all this possible eventually. So I should maybe open project page. Yeah, so let's see which names I had. Color palettes. Yeah, so it's Vera from Molnar. Is this visible? Yeah, Caldero, Brandas for Brandon, I think Kavanaugh. Yeah, Barn is just made up, like Barn for, I think like I have the autumn palette is that. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
See you next time. Thanks for popping by. See you. So yeah, and these are also named after artists.
May I have one of those?
Yes, oh yeah, I forgot. And
These are
go
cool.
for it. Yeah.
I love street waffles.
Big Bird made this possible, so
Yeah?
you know him from Discord.
No.
Okay, I haven't.
I'm Sam.
Jos, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Have you had a street waffle before?
Yeah.
I love them.
So yeah, Ada Loveless, then Amira is my niece. Oh, and Imran, my nephew. And Blues is Blues and Skin is Skin. Yeah, so I had a mix. I had a few important people and then a few.
Very
other
descriptive.
palettes. Yeah, but it's also like I make these colors, and of course I have some idea like this is warm or this is maybe autumn style. But I mean, yeah, I didn't have the names ready, so it's like let's think about it and just think of names that I could couple to what I have. But I mean, that's in the details.
How long have you been coding and art coding?
Like on this project, in general. Oh, so I started at least 5 years ago. So I don't even know.
Yeah.
I think 2017, 2018. Okay. I think actually, so before I did sometimes, I also did creative coding a little bit on, like when I did my bachelor, I did mathematics, but there was a programming course where they also drew shapes like fractal kind of things just for fun. So that was like the first glance I had, but I didn't went really creative there, but I created some only replicated like those kind of things. But basically after that I started to work, and then at some point I literally recreated doodles, well, things that I made by sketching.
Yeah.
On pen and paper. I thought like, I want to automate this just to.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you seen Andy Shaw's Art Blocks project?
Which one is it? Because I'm a bit.
Something
probably have seen
strangers.
it, but.
It's like doodles,
Yeah.
but automated through Art Blocks.
But is it the person face in a single line maybe?
I don't know if it's single line, but yeah, it's faces.
No, yeah, then I think I've seen that one. Yeah. Yeah, so that's also really. I never looked into how it works. It looks really amazing how they have automated that. But my doodles, I call it doodles, but it's straight lines. It's very. It's not this kind of really hello. So it's.
That's awesome.
Do you have any we could see?
Yeah, so it's really unfortunate. They are like on my Instagram, but if I scroll down here without being logged in, they're gonna use the app to continue. So this, I thought I could, like I can access them all. From, if I have a link, I could see them. So here I do have a few on my page here. Yeah, so where I started with, it was more these kind of patterns.
I see.
So I have like the ID in mind. It's just very tedious to do it by hands. and I did make a few with pencil and ruler. So those are some precious little artworks I did make. But of course, like I'm not skilled. I made a few, but it's definitely something I might later go back to, like design something maybe also by code and explore it. And then if I think this could be epic if I or do it actually by hand with a lot of work. It could also be a nice idea.
You could get
So this kind of style. Yeah. So these also animate. And actually, I thought, yeah. So before on Instagram, I could go to the next post. Yeah. So yeah, this sucks.
I really like that.
Yeah.
Attraction.
This one? Or why would you
The other one that was up. That one.
This one. Ah, thanks. Yeah, that's one. There's also one that I really like, and for this one I know the mint number actually.
Yeah.
So it's one I put on sometimes. I put on a few. This is also a personal favorite. Just a bit minimal maybe, but it has some nice curves.
So they fade in. Is that part of the code?
Yeah.
To fit? Okay, that's
Yeah. So this is the actual project where it's like a small animation. So it just it draws to the screen, and it continues getting more pixels until it's done. And it's I mean I also like it. So otherwise you have to wait a few seconds.
Yeah.
And now you can have a small experience to see them.
There's definitely an experience. I just
And
watched it.
it does actually take like at least 20 seconds, I think. So at some point you think it's done, but there could still be something going on. So.
Yeah, it gets more saturated and rich.
And this is actually. So I'll have a page on my website actually. I'm gonna look it up here because I know I shared it sometimes here, right? That's good. So if I do the same mint, so on my website, I after the project was on Art Blocks, I also put a page online where you could render any mint on a larger dimensions. So I think this was 212, and then I can say zoom equals 20. Because if I make it bigger, so now you can see the actual pixel.
Yes.
What it means. That's
amazing.
It's individual points.
Yeah. So I'm basically drawing little squares